with some advanced manufacturing capabilities that were applied to it. And this launched at about the same time as the Haven BF360, which was another high-performance focused case. Outside of cases, other good news included learning from Intel's board partners that Intel allows them to do basically whatever they want for custom cards as long as they support the product. Seeing that freedom of design for partners is a rarity these days. For cooling, Thermalright lost its mind once again, in a good way once again, launching dozens of affordable competitive CPU coolers. Valve announced its Steam Machine, Steam Frame, and new controllers, squeaking across the line with some really interesting hardware that we can't wait to test in Foo Factory. Cut that.
Tough guy, soft graphics card. 反差.
But that's not why we're here today. We're here for stuff like this. The disappointments of 2025. A lot of this comes back to everyone's favorite buzzword, AI, which we thought was bad last year, but this year, AI went from bullshit marketing to full-on grift as the tech industry's two favorite letters prop up the global economy.
My sense is that we're probably, a couple of $100 billion, maybe a few $100 billion into a multi-trillion-dollar infrastructure build-out
Per year.
Yeah.
We see this massive opportunity, really over $1 trillion, overall market as we get through 2030.
There's how many trillions of dollars of computing infrastructures in the world that has to be refreshed.
The thing we believe is that we can stay on a very steep growth curve of revenue for quite a while. And everything we see right now continues to indicate that. We cannot do it if we don't have the compute.
And who doesn't love easy money?
That'll be $8 trillion.
Not bad. We have to use every form of energy we can.
The biggest issue we are now having is not a compute glut, but it's a power. And it's sort of the ability to get the builds done fast enough close to power. So if you can't do that, you may actually have a bunch of chips sitting in inventory that I can't plug in. In fact, that is my problem today, right? It's not a supply issue of chips. It's actually the fact that I don't have warm shells to plug into.
And when they're not busy buying more GPUs than they can even use while you struggle to find a stick of memory for less than $100, these companies are exploring the military-industrial complex for their next move.
We work with Palantir to accelerate everything Palantir does,
so that we can continue to be the mightiest technology industry in the world, so that we can fund the mightiest military in the world. And all of that, I think, goes hand in hand.
I'm happy that our military is going to use AI technology for defense.
You can thank all of these people, the tech executives, for the DRAM crisis, contributing to upwards of 500% higher memory prices in some cases, and we can thank them for the brunt of the economic impact being borne by consumers, which we don't think is an accident. Whether that's through you buying components retail at insane prices, where companies like Micron have increased their consumer margin while killing parts of their consumer business to more closely match B2B margin, or whether it's from something else, like you subsidizing Micron's $5 billion of tax breaks, the US government's use of nearly $10 billion of taxpayer money to buy 10% of Intel, the company that just laid off tens of thousands of employees, again, and that has dragged its feet on taxpayer-subsidized fabs, again, or any number of other ways. One way or another, normal people are paying for this AI obsession, whether you're in the US or you're not. Undoubtedly, we are in a bubble. It's just a question of who's holding the needle.
Let's start with, are we in a bubble? And I will say, Lauren, emphatically from my perspective, no.
We need to have energy growth very, very shortly.
I expect some really bad stuff to happen because of the technology.
But the good news is, AI does something that humans have never been able to figure out before.
I cannot imagine having gone through that, figuring out how to raise a newborn without ChatGPT.
The AI bubble was just part of this year's disappointments, though. A big part, but part nonetheless. We had plenty of other issues with GPUs, Asus's router vulnerabilities, Bloomberging all over itself, and illegitimately copyright striking our report on the AI GPU black market, and more. Let's get into all of that. Our disappointment PC build for 2025 starts off with our disappointment PC build from 2024. NVIDIA, when we said this. We'll start the recap with NVIDIA, which hopefully won't disappoint us this January. Okay, look, I couldn't have known, to be fair. NVIDIA started the year off with the Strawn announcement.
Do you like my jacket? I thought I'd go the other way from Gary Shapiro. I'm in Las Vegas after all. If this doesn't work out, if all of you object,
Well, just get used to it. I really think you have to let this sink. I thought I was worthy.
Nope, but
50-70. 40-90 performance at 549.
RTX 5080 to investigate NVIDIA's raster output unit problem. NVIDIA's missing ROPs sometimes cost around 10% of the total performance on defective products. When we benchmarked an RTX 5080,
Terrible.
ROPs and software.
Terrible, 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 terrible.
Sharpness test. Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Real steel. I already sharpened the toy one, but today we've got a real steel one. In order to get some sharpness out of it, we need to thin this out. Let's test the sharpness first.
Man, that's nearly 2,000.
I think we're able to get it to 0. Trust Red, let's go sharpen it.
Two hours later.
Let's test the sharpness.
Whoa.
Shit. It's gonna be 0. Shit, man. Still gotta master my sharpening a bit more.
Like a razor.
Okay, what about peach?
Oh, a goodbye kitchen knife. I'll have this in my kitchen.
Well. You want this? You have to be Lao Li. Sharpness test. Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Real steel.
Yeah, cool. I'm gonna go get an energy drink. I realized I hadn't had caffeine all day.
Cheap viewers stream book.com remove the space U8 HN. Oh yeah, daddy, yes.
Burger. We got evicted. Wait, hold.
Yeah, this is one of those thumbnails and titles that you wish was clickbait. It's not.
Ooh, dang. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Make sure you listen to the ball.
I was talking to my accountant about some tax stuff, and one thing I noticed was that for a little while there had been overlapping payments that weren't very clearly marked as a business transaction. I think one of them was obviously the rent that I pay. I rent out this house, I live here upstairs, and I work downstairs. The nature of the business when we got here was really me working from home, to now it's anywhere from 3 to 5 people coming on most days. He advised me that given the scope and the size of the company, you probably should get that sorted. Make sure that all of the parties understand their involvement and are happy with what you're doing. A couple weeks ago, maybe a month, 2 months now, I went to my landlord and I told them this. I basically said, hey, so I'm running a business now, and we are more than happy to do all of the paperwork, all of the insurance, all the money, everything that goes towards seeing if it's possible to get this to be a mixed use or a commercial lease. I understand it might not be possible, just want to talk through it. I understand if you can't do that. Cool. The landlord's house, they have the right to say no, whatever. I didn't hear anything back from these guys on this at all. They said, we read the message, we'll get back to you. They didn't. October 22nd, I came home from the States. I was in Morgantown for a keyboard meetup with Novel Keys. Amazing. Came home on cloud 9 with so many cool ideas. I'm super tired. It's like 11 p.m. I jump into bed thinking, home, sweet.
Okay, so basically the landlord didn't like him. Corsair made the worst keyboard of 2021.
Corsair keyboard, so you don't have to. Why? So you don't have to. Well, let's just say this. Wait, $30 for basic keycaps. What? Well, howdy, hey, I'm Hippotech, and I'm being really brave right now because I have a tummy ache. And it's not just because the egregious price of this keyboard has made me sick. I genuinely have a tummy ache. Now, I've looked at my fair share of gaming keyboards and regular keyboards and custom keyboards, and I'm no stranger to keyboards being ridiculously overpriced. Asus, just watch the video on the Asus keyboard and the Razer keyboard. Sorry, I also appear to be sick, but rumor has it, Corsair has a new keyboard on the block. The start of your end game.
Corsair chairs are pretty comfy though.
75 DIY keyboard.
I really like my Secret Labs chair. I've never tried any of the Corsair chairs just because they're Corsair and they're not like a chair company first and foremost. I almost want to be dismissive to them. I want to be dismissive to Corsair. I want to be dismissive to Razer. I want to be dismissive to, like, it's weird. I would put more stock in buying like an autonomous chair, right? Where that company is like, they're all built around like standing desks. It's like, no, they're a furniture company first and foremost. Not to say that a $1 billion company like Corsair can't put somebody competent enough to be like, hey, is this the chair that we want? But it's much more likely for them to be like, hey, what's going to be, to put out a shoddy product in the sense that, hey, we're going to look for something that we can get high margin on, that there's already a developing market where they want to put trust in our brand name. So that's why Secret Labs, first and foremost, is a chair company. They make desks as well, but they started off making chairs. Herman Miller, a furniture company, right? And they're expensive as fuck. There was a bunch that I sent to Star like a while ago, but yeah, definitely. I don't know. I really love my Secret Labs chair. It's lasted me well over 5 years, and I really don't see myself switching to anything else anytime soon, unless I get something bigger. But if everything goes according to plan and I continue my workouts and everything like that, maybe I won't need to get a bigger chair.
But
it's not like I'm gaining weight right now. I've been 285 for like the last 2 years straight.
Notice the layers of craftsmanship? Well, let's check it out. Now, full disclosure, this keyboard was sent to me by Corsair, and they did offer to sponsor this video, but I politely said no. And before I unbox the keyboard, let's see what the buying experience is like for those of you at home. It's probably really affordable and has a lot of different options, right? I'm pretty excited for what they have here. They've even made the Corsair Custom Lab. But what about the Maker 75? Now, the Custom Lab website is actually super sick. You see the keyboard here? It's bare bones. You can look at a side view, and
I got the TC500. It's pretty comfy, but I'm a small dude.
The silver.
Being small helps out a ton. Like, specifically, like, not like short, like just being like being a lighter, on the lighter side. Like, if you're under 180 pounds, then like you have a lot more wiggle room and such like that, right? Or maybe you don't, right? Maybe it's like you're one of those people that has just like a bony ass and you're like, I need the most fucking I need the most fucking cushion thing that like you can get. In which case it's a lot easier to add cushion than it is to remove cushion. Because you like you want to have stability in a chair, and that's why I like Secret Labs. It's really like it's firm.
I'm 5'4", 130.
You're 5'4", 130. Yeah, so you have a lot of wiggle room in the sense that it's like. Also, it helps that like you don't have to buy the bigger, more expensive chairs.
At the bottom right, that's the finished price, right? 179 is going to be the finished price. It looks like we've.
I'm not even necessarily that tall. I'm only 5'11".
Plate options. We've got polycarbonate as the default plate.
But I don't know about dropping $6 bill on a chair.
The price went up. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, dude, if you already have your Corsair and you really enjoy it, there's no reason to buy anything else. And that's why I'm like, yeah, again, the idea of getting like another $600 chair, I would have to have like a really good reason that like a really good reason. Like I would have to snap this thing in half. And even when I did snap it in half, Secret Labs sent me a whole new base.
Build the keyboard.
They sent me 50% of the chair.
It is like the funnest part of keyboards. You get to choose everything that you want to customize it with. And if you choose their switches, they're $34.98.
Maybe if they
like
collab with me, I'd be down to buy.
But then why do they have a switch that's called Thawkey? I have to go
Hells
with
yeah.
Thawkey switches, and then the other ones we'll try.
Yeah, dude. If like Corsair was like, hey, we want to help sponsor the Stay Mad podcast, and we want to send you 4 or 6 of those Corsair chairs. And we want to send you one of our fucking desks, and we want to use that as like, you know, the whatever. And like use like Elgato mics, like use like Wave DXs or whatever, and do like it's like the whole Corsair podcast or whatever. I might be open to like, you know, making some of that happen, right? I don't think the microphones or anything like that or the interfaces, but it would be very interesting to me to see how I can make that happen. Yeah.
Try them out. But wait, $50? That's a bit crazy. Hold on. Let me go to Butters, add to cart. Well, I mean, considering you could get Butter switches for like $40, I'll have that link down below. $50 isn't that bad if these switches are genuinely Thawkey, but that's already our subtotal is $249.97. Wait, nah, they are not charging $30 for basic keycaps. What? So for $10 more, we could get like a stripy vibe two-tone. But hold on, if you go to AliExpress, you could get sets of keycaps for like $3 to $5. So without custom designs and art, or even being very cool premium keycaps, that's a bit crazy. And I know that's coming from the guy that sells $100 keycaps. Okay, actually, to their credit, their custom sets that are only $40 are really cool. To their credit, $40 for a set of keycaps that looks like this, that's not bad. The LCD module is going to cost you $30, and the wireless module is going to cost you $50. So if you want a screen and you want wireless, the price is already $368. However, if you want them to build it for you, it's no extra money, but building it is like half the fun. For almost $400, this keyboard is going to have to pay my taxes, cook me breakfast in the morning, tuck me into bed at night, give me a little kiss on the forehead and tell me I'm a little good boy. But guess what? It would also have to have premium build quality, good keycaps, great switches, amazing sounds. And even then, it might still be about $200 cheaper. So let's get into it. This is gonna be fun. This voiceover Hippio, take it away. Okay, now that that's out of the way, we've established that this keyboard is obscenely expensive. But what if you purchased this keyboard? And what if you decided to build it yourself? Build yours is their slogan.
Yeah, the
Now,
Corsair
I've often
leverless.
looked at
One of my
keyboards,
friends
but
has
in
it,
general,
and I go every time I go to his house, I use it.
Switches that you ordered, you'll get a separate box with the keyboard.
It's
and
I
I'll be
really
looking
like
at
it.
all of these switches a little bit more later.
I almost like it more than the Quamba.
For that, as well as the keycaps.
I think I do like it more than the Quamba, but like I'm like so whatever over Street Fighter right now that it's very difficult for me, again, to justify another $250 purchase.
Last year,
When there's so many other things I need to buy. I need to buy more microphones. I need to buy more headphones. I need to get more cables. I need XLR cables. I need HDMI to micro HDMI cables. I need power banks. I need microphones. I'm like, I go from handheld microphones like the one I'm speaking into right now to the Hot 42. That's sick. Yeah, if you like leverless, dude, that's a good brand. That they give you a lot of. They have a lot of different product options where you could start off really cheap and you could just see if you like it, and then you could start working your way up into more expensive stuff. That's what I like about them. I've never used or owned any of their stuff though.
And unboxing the actual keyboard, I mean, you get a keycap and switch puller, you get a cable. This is all pretty basic. It's a relatively decent but not good unboxing experience. And if you choose to opt for the bare bones version, you will be assembling it yourself, which for me, I love building a keyboard because that means I get to choose all of the pieces. But I do think
I
the
got a
idea
16
of a
key
brand
way too many buttons for me to learn.
Bare bones,
yeah,
with the switch options.
I mean, I don't use any of the extra buttons for the Quamba.
Great, might not be the best choice for building your own keyboard. I kind of like it because you can buy stuff from everywhere. Now, the Maker 75 is a 75% keyboard. It's hot swappable, meaning that you can replace switches without needing to solder. All of that is really good. They've taken a lot of basic notes. It comes in at around 916 grams, so it's relatively hefty, and the first thing I noticed is that the build quality here is
Easy, I got a weird question for you. Do you like the TTS? Do you like that every time you type something in there, you can hear your thoughts basically being read to me on the stream? Do you enjoy that?
Pretty happy about.
I'm curious. Or would it mean more for you if I was to read them myself? I already know the answer to that question, right? But I really want to hear your take on it.
That you can change the angle, which is really nice. I like
Hell yeah, I fuck with it.
They do wobble just a little bit. And my favorite part of the whole entire keyboard, the knob. I like knobs. What can I say?
Like, part of me is like, I should just read these, right? Obviously, I struggle with reading, so that's one of the reasons why I have it there. Plus, as soon as your message comes in, I'm able to hear it right away, right? So it interrupts whatever I'm doing because I want to give you guys attention. But number two is I also feel like it's a very good way of differentiating between like, oh, this is something I'm saying versus this is something you guys are saying. Because if I'm sitting here reading it, I don't want people to I don't want to say like take me out of context, right? But they're like, oh, are you reading a chat, or is this something like, is it something you're saying?
As far as the switch options that we'll be looking at later,
so I think it's like a give and take. It's a double-edged sword.
We've got the plasma linears, the quantum speeds, and the fusion tactiles. The packaging for these is pretty nice, and as I mentioned before, the pricing on them is also pretty fair, if they're good switches. They do say that all of these are factory lubed, and if you're new to keyboards, lubing is when you take a switch apart and you add a little bit of lubricant on it to make it sound better and feel more smooth. But there's such a wide spectrum to it because some switches could still sound really, really pingy. And to me, if you put Thawk in the name of a switch and that switch is not Thawky, then you have committed a war crime and I will penalize you with death. Or a snarky keyboard review. Oh, what's this? They put Thawky in the name of the switch? Good thing I bought all of them. Now, personally, I do like that they offered a linear option and a tactile option. It's kind of a bit weird that they didn't offer a nice clicky option like Asus does with their box clicky switches. And it's also a bit weird that they went with the basic standard MX style switch, especially because in the last couple years in keyboards, there's been so many new switches that have come out that have really shaken up the market. Like, you almost don't need to lube switches by hand anymore because you can buy a switch off the shelf and it will sound and feel really, really good, provided you've got a decent keyboard to put it in. Now, after putting all of these MX Pulse Thawkies into my keyboard, it was time for the keycaps. And oh, sorry, I dropped that on the ground into my trash can. Hold on, let me just pick that back up and oh, my bad, I did it again. Oops. All I really have to say about these Double Shot Pro keycaps is that they are double shot shine through keycaps, and they're also pretty garbage aside from the nice texture on them. They're very thin, they're kind of uneven in how they shine through on the LEDs, and ultimately I'm really confused because Drop, who is owned by Corsair, has made some of the best shine-through keycaps on their custom series. Why wouldn't you just borrow those keycaps? Those keycaps sound really good, they look really nice. Why wouldn't you just use those? Why are you reinventing the wheel? You get these basic Wuche Studios double shot PBT keycap, and they're only a little bit more when they're on sale. However, Steel or the Cherry Blossom keycaps that they offer for only 40 bucks, those are of decent quality. I know that because I've made keycaps with that factory before, and they're fine. For 40 bucks, that's a pretty good deal. If you've never built a keyboard before, overall, building one is super duper easy. It's basically like Legos nowadays, where you take the hot swappable switches, you put them into the hot swap sockets, then you add your keycaps. And to Corsair's credit, the stabilizers on here are very nicely well lubed and do not rattle, so you don't even need to customize that. And it was a very painless build experience. However, we haven't installed the wireless module yet, so we do need to take apart the screws on the back, which most of them just use a ball clasp closure, so you can take your keyboard apart in 5 seconds. But after unscrewing a bunch of screws, we can pop this additional battery module into our keyboard. Why is this an extra upgrade and not included by default? Like, what the heck?
Headset.
Why am I paying for this? It is really...
This is gonna sound ridiculous. This is what I use all day, every day. See these? You see how the little stem is broken off? These are the Samsung AKG earbuds that came with like the Note 20 Ultra. All day, every day. When I'm away from my keyboard, like later when I'm gonna be cleaning my room, I use the same. Yeah, you would think like I spent all this money on all this other shit, and then you would like, well, Dakota, what do you use? Like, what are the things that you use to interact with the world that is the internet and the computer? A $40 fucking Logitech mouse that I got on OfferUp. Right. Granted, this is the MX. What is this one? This is the MX2 Master 2S, right? Which is not like a bad mouse. It's just like they're on like the 4 right now, right? And I like this one because it's like a little bit wider, and the way that I hold my mouse is a 131. So for me, this just makes sense. But it's like I did not spend that much money on this, right? And then I bought the K100, but now I end up using the K70. The full size one, which I got on OfferUp again for like $60. Like, yeah, just like fucking whatever. And then I use these piece of shit earbuds. I have the Sony headphones. And then like when I want to go wireless, I use the HS80s, which is the same ones that Star has. But I only use these because I was like, hey, I want like a wireless microphone. And I don't feel like plugging in my Rhodes, which are these wireless microphones right here, because these are like a cool like 400 right here. So like you gotta plug these in via USB, and then you plug this to your shirt, and then like whatever. And these are gonna be good mic quality, don't get me wrong, but also like, hey, I could literally just like feed all my sound and my shit through this, so this is like as convenient as it can be. And these were falling apart. These were in bad shape. So I just put new ear cups on these, the Wicked cushions or whatever. And now these are back to being basically brand new. I fucking love these. But yeah, dude, like the way I have it set up is I have my microphone interface right here, right underneath this monitor that you guys cannot see. And then I have the cable running underneath my desk, and then it comes out like right here, right at this end right here. It comes out under the bottom of the desk. And then I just plug whatever headphones or earbuds I want into there. So, and even then it's like not even like it's a 1/4 inch adapter. So I have this, and then I plug in the adapter onto that. So if I have to switch over to the headphones, like I need actual reference quality, then I have the option to go to that. But yeah, these are the fucking earbuds that I use. And that's why if you look at like my Amazon wish list, like my personal one right here, some of the first things on this wish list, right? Besides like, you know, my what do you call it? This other microphones and stuff. There were some earbuds in here. Or unless I put them in Madhouse now. Did I put them in the wrong one? I don't think I did.
Every day, babe, I.
Yeah, every day. Here we are. Here, on that note, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. Give me like a minute. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Is there any reputable brands of mic stands out there? Besides Amazon Basics? All right, cool. If we had a table, this would make a lot more sense, but it is what it is. Yeah, these are like 35. Yeah, this is the ones that we have right now. Might as well put on the podcast. What separates this one from like the Elgato, the Rode? Do these collapse all the way flat? Okay, yeah, so you see they attach right there. The hex key. Is that the case with these? Yeah, so it's 2, but it's at the back. Okay, cool. Yeah, this doesn't support SM7DB or SM7B, should I say?
Really cool that it just snaps onto the back of the keyboard. Modularity is neat, but like, why? Why not just build it in? Also, you have to take apart the top badge and re-clip in a new badge. And my new badge, the clip just randomly snapped in my hands for no reason. So now my keyboard is permanently scarred and doesn't have the badge up top because it just falls out anytime I rattle it. Yeah, this how is this premium? I also installed the screen and was utterly disappointed by it. You can put GIFs and stuff on them. However, they have to be under 500 kilobytes. It is just really annoying because I'd have to reformat any image or GIF just to put it on there, meaning I have to do a ton of work when other keyboard softwares don't make you do that. Now, the Corsair web utility is decently okay to use. It's way better than downloading iQOO because iQOO is terrible. And the software lets you rebind hotkeys, set Mac on. I just made a severely overpriced keyboard. See somebody buying it. It sounded pretty nice. It looked really cool. It had neat features that no other keyboard had. This one doesn't have any of that. Like, if you spent $400 on a custom keyboard, you can get an incredibly beautiful, premium, lovely craftsmanship. You can get super fun features. And this is just meh. It would be really nice for about $150 total. But what have they done? Not that. From Corsair, a gaming keyboard company, it doesn't have TMR switches, meaning that you're not going to be able to replace these with rapid trigger or magnetic switches for better gaming performance. And in general, this kind of just feels super out of touch. Like, they're trying to capitalize on the idea of custom keyboards, but for people that don't know better whatsoever. Like, anyone who's watched a Hippo Tech video, hey, howdy hey, by the way, knows that you do not need to spend 306. The gasket performance isn't very good. So your premium soft typing experience isn't that premium or soft. And sure, the build quality is relatively good, and the keyboard does look relatively nice and sleek and premium, but you could do that for half the price.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
2026 is starting right where 2025 left off weather-wise.
Happy New Year.
Yo, Fistafury. Happy New Year, dude. I appreciate you.
For 25 months in a row, Daddy 48OK01.
NBC Bay Area's Tom Jensen is in an area already experiencing some of the problems where they're preparing for, Tom, even deeper water coming their way?
That's right. This is Gate 5 Road here in Sausalito, and I'm sure you've heard of it before. It's notorious for flooding, and the water goes up and down in the streets here with the tides. And when the sun, the earth, and the moon all align like they are right now and form the king tides.
Has there actually been floods down there?
There has been in Daly City, from what I heard.
This entire road was underwater.
Let's take a look.
At noon today, a good portion of Sausalito's Gate 5 Road was underwater.
Sausalito, yeah, dude. I used to work in this area.
Tide was at its highest this morning. Anson Tone was forced to get out his hip waders to check on
I've seen that too, thought it was AIDO.
In my office here, it's got, 3 inches of water in it, and $20,000 couch, $20,000 massage chair.
Oh my God. People have been using sandbags around doorways to keep the water out, and small water pumps to get the salt water back into the bay. Sausalito actually rented a large diesel pump to try to keep the water out of Gate 5 Road.
This pump, 1,500 gallons a minute, worked.
Anson Tone says the pump probably saved many businesses from flooding today, but not his, and the worst of the king tides are coming. The next arrives in the morning. Are you worried about tomorrow?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. I was going to call a moving company maybe.
It's not just Gate 5 Road. Waters around areas in the downtown are also noticeably high.
I've never seen it this high, actually. Very cool.
Folks across the Bay
Yeah.
are bracing for the rain and exceptionally high.
Yeah, that's where you drive, right there on the.
Trend they've become accustomed to.
You can see San Francisco as it pans right.
That's a lot. I remember he's 3 now. He was born 3 years ago.
That would be Dakota S response.
Constant.
Wait, what would I say? Oh, it's tall? Oh, yeah, I guess it is kind of high.
They've become accustomed to this time of year.
Yeah, it's a lot. I remember he's 3 now. He was born 3 years ago, and very similar this time of year. Constant rain, a lot of flooding, a little scary.
The king tide today, 6.9 feet, expected to exceed 7 feet tomorrow at 9:50, and then another 7-foot king tide the next day.
Now you would say I've never seen it that high. It's kinda cool.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I just be like, just always marveling, like, oh, yeah, I guess it is pretty bad. Kind of neat.
To drive around those barriers. This street had a barrier in it today telling people it was flooded with seawater, with salt water, and also not to drive in water when you don't know how deep the water is. We're live in Sausalito. Tom Jensen, NBC Bay Area News.
Tom, thank you very much.
What's up? The weather. There's so much weather going on right now.
With Ann Makovic.
Right now on the afternoon edition, a rainy start to 2026 around the Bay Area, and we are in for several wet days with a new storm coming just in time for the weekend. Thanks for joining us, and Happy New Year. You're going to want to keep that umbrella for any New Year's Day plans and keep it handy for a while. It's a sloppy drive out there if you're out on the roadways. Our photographer showing what it looks like on westbound 580 in Oakland. Some of the lanes are flooded in spots, including the ramp to Highway 24. Also, on 580, we saw an ambulance responding to an accident that stopped traffic briefly just before 9:30 this morning. It was westbound near the Lake Shore exit. So plenty plenty of trouble spots out there. Taking a live look at some of
Wow.
the conditions on our bridges right now. Luckily, not a lot of traffic. It is a holiday, but still pretty slick out there. Let's get over to meteorologist.
I forget,
Justin Burke.
You're pretty local to us. Like you're not like in our backyard, but you're pretty close.
Around the corner with some
You're close
strong
enough that you
winds,
might have to
shooting
drive
us where we
through this
wanna
at
keep
some
a
point or
close eye on
another.
as we head into the next 24 hours. Here's the thing. Here's where the rain's at right now in current temperatures. We're
52.
off to a chilly start this morning and
Yeah,
heading into this
H-town.
afternoon. Daytime highs
The
today, they're
H-town.
expected in the 60s and 50s though, so just a little bit warmer
58,
compared to where we're at
62.
right now. The rain will continue to roll in from the south as we head into this weekend's forecast. And to add to that, we're also seeing some strong winds right around the corner as we head into our Friday setup, to the point where we even could see wind gusts up to around 40 miles per hour starting tomorrow. We'll get there in just a bit. We'll talk more about those, but let's also talk about the rainfall totals. Yesterday was pretty impressive as we rung in the new year, but now as we head outside today and tomorrow, it's a little bit more spotty, but we still have rain chances on tap for us each day this week.
I'm Central
heading into this
Coast
weekend's
Die Not
forecast
Yay
as well.
Error.
I'm going to time this
Yeah.
out for you coming up on
No, but I'm
Future
just
Facts
saying,
in
just
and let you know
that's
there's
close.
all
I
the
thought
phenomenons
I didn't know you were like edits or somebody else.
Jeff,
Just like
tracking the storm
like
systems
smile.
as they pass through our area. We're going to keep
Just out
you
in the
updated on
cuts.
air and on the free CBS News
Also,
app
what's going on,
anytime,
Smile?
as well as kpix.com. While the night sky was lit up across the Bay Area in spite of the rain, fireworks welcomed the first minutes of 2026 along
Yeah.
San Francisco's Embarcadero. In case you missed the show last night, we caught the action on our roof camera. And in Oakland, the rain did not stop people from shooting off illegal fireworks, though we didn't see this many this year as we have in New Year's past. More than a few people chose to slosh around San Francisco last night in celebration, and this morning businesses on the Embarcadero were still expecting large crowds. Some partiers determined to brave the weather and welcome in the new year.
We're living it up. It's New Year's Eve, and it's my birthday.
Oh,
We're
no.
hanging out. Bar hop around
They got the Asians.
We're gonna, I'm winging it.
Her name is Mai Tai?
It won't stop me now. We're just gonna keep going. So we're just gonna, keep going.
Yes, I'm impressed. I was so in bed at midnight. Some San Franciscans rang in the new year in a more traditional year and focusing on faith for the year ahead. About a 18 increase, but Medicaid will receive medical American overtime. You may banning the practice in October. It is now officially in effect. Another law: no more plastic bags. Wide higher dump for. Depends on how far you're traveling. Daily parking rates also went up by 40 cents at most stations. It also costs more to drive across the Bay Area on our bridges. The toll at 7 Bay Area bridges rose to $8. Those tolls will rise by 50
Damn, son.
cents each year through 2030, and they'll eventually be even higher if you is world peace. That comes as video freezing.
Keep year's resolution.
What else?
Peace on earth.
I almost didn't recognize Melania there for a
His
second.
New Year's resolution.
Peace on earth.
Into the new year.
Tenemos plan.
We have officials say funds will be released when states release.
Cutting off child care funding to everyone in the state.
Some claims in that viral video were misleading. The YouTuber says dozens of daycare centers were empty, but security footage from that day shows children being dropped off. Meanwhile, President Trump is removing National
Hold
Guard
on, you
troops in
got some
Chicago.
San Francisco on you removes a bunch of facial piercings. Fred Armisen in Portland,
You got some San Francisco on you.
Los Angeles, and Portland, following a Supreme Court setback. On social media, Trump
and New Orleans into how it happened. And a North
Wait, where?
A fire kills dozens of people partying at a bar on New Year's Eve. What we know about the investigation into how it happened. And
Did it say where?
them again.
DC, Memphis, and New Orleans. Still ahead here at noon and streaming on CBS News Bay Area. A fire.
Where? Where the fuck did it happen?
Kelsey has more on how it happened.
Social media footage shows
In
revelers
a bar.
ringing in the new year at a popular ski resort in the Swiss Alps. Less than 2 hours before, fire ripped through a well-known bar
Either
there,
DC,
turning
Memphis, or New
celebration
Orleans.
into tragedy. In addition to the seriously,
Yeah,
he broke out. He said bystanders helped get the injured to safety.
Cold outside.
Stab and Pence were up to
Go early because the bridge, things moving smoothly. Let's check back in with meteorologist.
Ringing ahead of what's these daytime highs today. Showers right in the front again and on tonight.
This is from 4 hours ago.
Before we
Year.
This is all that's left of the Montano family home.
after a massive redwood tree fell in the early
Holy
morning hours
shit.
of Christmas Eve.
So we're just hoping and praying that the insurance help us like they said they were going to do.
Cristobal Montano came back to survey the damage and asked us not to show his face.
This is right through our kitchen.
Montano's family is still
because we're
salvage any item wary.
Trees that were unstable started swaying and I couldn't get my shoes on fast enough.
We're super grateful that we're all alive, you know.
It almost took out house they just bought.
Played
And is the weekend on a day.
Okay, I'm not gonna sit here and watch this whole fucking report. All right. Now that the Niners are on LA, it's time to get the fuck out of here.
This letter was handed to me by a private investigator for Louis Vuitton who had driven to the Outer Cape in the middle of February at 7 o'clock in the morning to hand it to me. And this is another Louis Vuitton bag that they don't want me cutting up, but I'm going to cut up anyway. Let's talk about how we got here, because it's kind of an interesting one. When I first started the YouTube channel, I had wandered upon an Alma bag for 30 bucks. It was worn, it was ripped, the zipper was basically torn out of it. And I figured, well, maybe we'll cut it up and make something out of it that might make a good video, because we were just starting the channel and I figured people would like to watch that. So
A year ago?
I did just that. I cut it up, made a video, and everything went to plan. The video got a bunch of views. It was pretty much the first video that kind of kicked off the growth of the channel. And neighborhood, there were only a few.
Was there an update on this?
People that lived there year round. Most of it was all tourists. And I looked and I figured it was someone turning around, waited for something to happen. And a woman got out. I think this framed number here.
Okay, the
via
same
hand
one.
Delivery. Louis Vuitton sent a private investigator to my house because they saw a video of me cutting up a bag and making wallets out of it, and then they bought one, and they didn't like it. So they tried to tell me it was fake. I had the authentication. They didn't like that. But they get me this nice piece of framed wall art, so that's nice. But if you don't want to put up with that, don't do this. This is definitely not the best way to make your own upcycled Louis Vuitton products. Now, what you're not going to want to do is start with a really pretty bag like this, because this has a lot of life left in it. I am not the biggest fan of the Louis Vuitton canvas. This is not leather. It just doesn't age that well. The Vachetta that they use, Vachetta, whatever, also doesn't age that well. Then you get into like the 70s and the 80s stuff, and they use this kind of like white plasticky leather stuff. But I don't like to use nice bags like this to cut apart. I'm not a lunatic. So this one gets sent back to the customer with their products, but they also sent in some other stuff that we cut apart and made other things out of. For this video, I am going to explicitly tell you not to get old Louis Vuitton garment bags, because people don't use them anymore, and they're not the most bang for your buck as far as Louis Vuitton material is concerned, and you would never want to cut something like this up. So don't do it.
Wow.
The centered. Our piece here, the piece you can see, I'm just using little parts of the
or the service sector.
Hello, bestie. No, he's right there. Look at.
She scared the fuck out of me.
Oh, he's screaming.
Yeah, me every day.
Scared the fuck out of him. Are you streaming?
Yeah, he's actually streaming. Oh shit. Hi, Easy. Happy New Year.
Oh, nice. This is the parking spot? Yeah. That's crazy. You got like the primo kush shit.
Dakota, why aren't you talking?
Are you gonna get out?
Huh?
You can hang out here.
Are you sure? Can you get me one?
Happy
Just
New
so I can
Year's,
lock
y'all.
up. It's easy.
Hey, Happy New Year's.
Huh? Dakota? Dakota, do you miss us?
It's dark outside?
Get me one too.
It's hella dark.
Hell
Though.
nah. Hey.
Whoa. We're on stream? Yeah. Who's in here? State yourself. Wait, Dakota. Do you need Atlanta?
I always need Atlanta.
I know, but he said that you want.
He will take that
You
down.
asked him when I was leaving.
Macy. Yeah, when are you leaving?
Well, I was gonna leave Saturday, but do you need him earlier?
I need him all the time.
Fuck you. Dakota.
Dakota.
We're not listening to Doja Cat.
I like Doja Cat. She's so fucking hot.
I want some too.
Yeah, Mughal wants some of Atlanta
Wait,
too.
but actually,
We all need a cheek.
hold on, Dakota. Hold on, Dakota. Well, I was thinking, like, can I go with you guys to the Tekken thing?
So who has signed up for Combo Breaker?
Perhaps. Yeah, you can go. If
Wait,
Star's
Dakota,
going, I
can
don't see
bring
why
me
you can't
home
go.
on Saturday?
Huh?
Hell nah.
Wait, can you bring me home on Saturday?
Hi, Chad.
Please?
Yeah.
I'll pay you.
Yeah. Dutch Bros.
Actually? Okay. What happened?
Gotta try that drink I told Yat.
We just had sake.
Wait, when did I get sub?
When did you get sub? I forget.
Dakota,
Yeezy
you're actually
probably
wearing
gifted.
clothes.
I think it was
and
Yeezy, dude.
not
Yeezy,
your,
the most generous. Wait, what'd you
your
say? What'd you say,
robe.
Star? What's going on, yo?
I said sup. She said sup.
Oh, I thought you were saying you guys are
It
commenting
was
on my
yesterday,
shorts.
Thanks, Yeezy. LOL.
Yeah. Why is it
Hell
so
nah.
short?
How goes it?
Ew. Do you see it? His fucking white ass thighs. Disgusting.
OMG.
Oh yeah, you need to tan those
Wasn't me, I don't do that stuff.
Ew, 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 ew.
You motherfuckers are haters.
Dakota, what are you doing? We're not haters. Okay, well, that's white. First tan. Well, so if you drop me off
I
on
got
Saturday, you're gonna go
$5
meet with you know who?
You got $5?
This the only reason I joined a stream.
This is the only reason? Dude, they hate my fucking thighs, dude.
Ew, ew, Dakota, what the fuck are you? Hello? Disgusting,
jealous.
bruh. We're not jealous.
Man flesh. Wow, legs of a real man, he. They don't see what I see. This room needs to be cleaned.
This
This room needs to be clean.
Wait, Dakota? What does he do? Okay, so can you drop me off on Saturday and are you gonna meet the person?
Ooh, your cousin? Is she still in town?
No, not my cousin. You know the other person who lives in Sac. Ooh. You know who?
No, I want to
have
hang out with
if
your
I say
cousin.
her.
Where's your cousin at?
No, don't worry about it. Wait, who? Huh? I think that maybe. You know, you do know. You do know. He looks so upset. Hey, Betsy, can you give me a ride
BRB
home?
got some strawberry acai to burn up.
The strawberry acai.
Please.
I just told you I'll give you a ride
Like,
home.
actually. Okay, cool. Then I will let Atlanta know.
Atlanta.
Atlanta wish they just came out of the cannabis. We got edibles.
Fucking marijuana.
Yeah.
Edit.
Marijuana.
Run the fade then.
Hey,
7 streams in a row.
Oh, thank you.
Oh no.
I'm a really big fan. I've been like spreading this all over the place.
What? Oh.
Oh yeah, the bunny.
Yeah.
That's
Hey.
not a bunny.
Happy New Year's.
Dakota out here starting the hair club for men.
See this?
What is it? The Louis V?
I was like, oh no.
What is it?
Oh wait, what? Dakota, wake up back! I'm
Dakota.
trying to
Look at
go.
no, you being slanderous.
Me way too long.
Me too.
Try the
Good.
strawberry acai scissor rolls.
What? I'm. Okay, stay till Saturday, and then Dakota said he'll bring home at 10.
Whatever works.
He said he needs you all the time.
He does need me all the time.
And then everyone else in the chat says they want some of you too.
I would love for them to have a piece of me.
What? Hey.
What?
Edit, Yeezy, and Smiles. And
Hey, Smiles in the chat. Hey, I love that guy. Happy New Year, Smiles.
I call dibs.
Hope you're doing well.
Yeezy.
Just like looking at my work phone, I'm just realizing how many fucking political text messages I've been getting. Hey, would you like to donate to this campaign? I'm like, dude, it's not even fucking election season. What the fuck is going on?
Hey, you gotta realize. It ain't fun unless the homies are getting some.
How many can I say?
What do you mean?
I'll be right back.
BRB, y'all.
Oh. Wow. Oh, wait. Does that mean? Wait, why did May mute herself? I deafened myself before I even left. What's up?
The sugar levels just overtook me immediately. That's the problem.
Yeah, that.
What's going on?
It's too sweet and fulfilling.
Your best friend misses you.
We're talking about hot chocolate. So we went to some place called Chocolate and had hot chocolate. And none of us finished our hot chocolate. Just kind of to show you that wasn't the best experience.
Show me?
I think it's on one and done. Well, everybody, right?
It was not the best.
Like, if you were to get hot chocolate at Christmas at the park, I'd give it like 1,000% higher. Yeah.
The amount we spent on it was the amount you got your Christmas gifts for. Really? Huh? The ramen, the Crystal Light, and the popcorn. Hey, those were good gifts. That's a Dakota Care package.
I never got one. I never got it.
Yes, you do. It's at your house, babe.
It's not yours.
That is mine. The vacuum there is also mine.
You know what's funny?
What? You gave it away?
No. He wrapped it. It's in my room, which means it's mine.
Nabby, I left it at your room.
Yeah. He's like, my room.
Babe, like, Hold on.
The shirts you leave, I wear it randomly.
Do you actually?
I'm like, I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl.
I have left shirts.
Dude, it's always the best. It's
Oh,
always easily the best, dude, when girls leave their clothes at your house and then you send them pictures of you wearing it.
Do not do that. I left my crop top there.
Dude, I'm gonna be wearing crop tops again. The 80s are back, baby.
Oh my
We're back.
God.
Are you about to do Freddy vs. Jason movies again?
That'd be funny, actually. If you wore that one.
I just realized I couldn't take Ocean from home.
Yeah, I don't know what you're thinking.
I don't. He's just going the scenic route. We get to see the bank this way.
Wait, Dakota, what are you doing?
The clock tower that they might take down.
Dakota?
What does it look like I'm
it's
doing?
all, like on the same boat as Catalyst. Like, see, this is all new development. This was never here.
Look at it.
Look at what? There's not even parking for this shit. What are you doing?
I don't know, but Dakota,
There's Helen.
you have a plate on your bed. Dakota? Dakota? Where's Atlanta? That's what I'm going to be telling him the whole time you're in Vietnam. Dakota?
Dreamt in Thailand. That's so sick. I'm like,
Morally, like, it's $1 billion company who you're really hurting. But legally,
Thai banana.
don't do it. It's not
Honestly,
gray
a fake
area,
name for
don't do
edibles.
it. However, don't do it.
Are you
It's
watching
not gray
Louis
area, it's a
Vuitton?
black area. Don't do it. However,
Why?
if a customer sends you some beloved pieces from her
Well, so
family
much
member
for
who
Louis
passed
Vuitton,
away
I think.
and wants pieces she'll actually use to
Yeah,
remind
yeah.
her
That's not a bad idea at
of
all.
that family member,
I can see
it is
Dakota as like a
absolutely your right to
bouncer
make
there.
those. So I did
Obviously,
different leather on the
security
back of
guards.
these. Looked a little fancier. And
Dakota would
yeah,
take
that's it.
down those girls.
We can see this is a bag that's being sent back. You know, I don't think
Pleasure.
just to cut things up
With
for the
grace.
shock value is worth it. I do think if you
I
can
think our
grab
neighbor was fucking
something like
talking
this
on
that you can
Chevy
verify is
next door,
authentic,
chopping the
you
truck
know,
down.
this
Shit.
again.
Because it's on the way back. I'm like, dude.
Really
And
use
now
anymore.
the
That
only
was
one making
torn
noise
up
in the
at the
window.
bottom. Tons of good
Like
fabric
there's
there.
cutting the
Go for it. And lastly, something like I think it's Dolero. This leather is a great substitute if you want to do.
All
like,
right, bye,
I
May.
have one going. Where is it? Somewhere. If you want like this look, but you don't want the Louis Vuitton branding, oh here it is. You can see it's a close look. You know, you do the natural on the inside. This is a very nice Italian leather on the outside. Not upcycle anything from Louis Vuitton because they will be very mad at you. And hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you. Mad at you.
Do
How
not
to
upcycle.
absolutely not upcycle anything from Louis Vuitton. You make something custom and try to say that Louis Vuitton made it custom for someone. Yeah, that's wrong. That's just, I mean, morally, like, it's $1 billion company who you're really hurting, but legally, with things that you buy. It's your right. Do not, I think that the moral line for me is when you start using fake Louis Vuitton fabric, or you make something that you then go on to say Louis Vuitton made, right? If you don't put your maker mark on it, if you make something custom and try to say that Louis Vuitton made it custom for someone, yeah, that's wrong. That's just, I mean, morally, like, it's $1 billion company.
Interesting.
Which our vintage piece shows us is an issue with some really robust edge paint, and it looks really nice. We've also put our logo on the back so no one thinks that this is a Louis Vuitton product itself. It's just upcycled material. Now,
Very interesting. I like leather stuff. The leather speaks.
It's hard to say, like, look, the fabric here is absolutely terrible.
That really rough hand feel.
Despite the quality, like, my God, that is value.
Oh, what?
You're tricking yourself. There's different blanks brands out there right now. It's impossible to know which one is the best. And today, we have a bunch of them in front of us.
So the team actually took the labels off these. Will and I have no idea what brands these are.
So Joe and I are walking into this completely blind. All of the blanks have been debadged. The labels have been removed. So there's no indication of which brand they came from. It's completely objective, and we're gonna be rating them.
First one here. It's a heathered fleece hoodie, ribbed bottom.
It has like a nice
fleece.
Yeah, very nice Sherpa-like texture on the inside. I know it's very sought after for a lot of people. Very plushy. It's interesting because
I want to make better
wonder
merch.
how this is going to take to different prints, right? When you have a much plushier feel like this and a less rough surface, a less flat surface, it makes it harder to print on, right? The ink doesn't penetrate as evenly. Yeah, the neckline is it's a little bit taller here than it is here.
In terms of construction, very basic, overlock seams.
600 GSM. If the yarn is finer and if you wash it in a way where the fabric fluffs up a lot more, so that way it feels like a heavier hoodie. You don't want an actual 650 GSM hoodie a lot of the time because when you wash it, it's going to wash very badly. It's going to warp much more aggressively.
And
Speaking of which, I have clothes in the washer.
I got a hookup for merch.
Okay, is this the champion one?
You got a hookup, Yeezy?
Very
We might
similar
need to do something like that.
The big difference here is they've actually have another seam down the center for the ribbing. The ribbing is wider.
This is flat lock, or at least this is flat lock over here.
So typically you're going to see
Central Coast screen
a lot of
printing.
cover needles over here. This would be a single needle stitch. This is a double needle, but the double needle, typically for men's items, they'll be wider part. Women's items will be
Does a
more
guy named
narrow,
Rudy work
but
there?
there's also a thread that goes across that most people just leave out completely. You'll see here. So aesthetically, these look very similar. But here, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 threads that run this way.
Don't
4
think
needle,
so.
6 thread flat lock.
Because I know someone who
1, 2,
might work
4
for this
threads.
company.
The 5th thread runs across and the 6th thread is behind. This, you'll see 1, 2, 3. This is a 3 needle cover stitch. And you can also know because flat locks are used to join fabrics together. The arm operation, you cannot actually flat lock in the middle of a fabric. So the only way this could be a flat lock is if
The
this
owner,
was a
my
piece of fabric
business
and this was a
partner.
piece of fabric.
But visually also, just like the cover stitch, it's like two. It's like
Might
a
need to
big
go talk to
family
them.
logo if you want. Whereas with the flat lock, they're actually intertwined. So you can see visually it looks quite different.
I would say number 3 in terms of puckering is a little bit better, but not a huge difference though. You are trying to conform.
I sent it over to
this
May. May's the
flat
head of our
around
merchandising.
a round object. So by having the 3-pound overall, I think this is the intention of this. Feels like a more athletic, more performance, less of a super heavy weight. This is a hoodie that you can kind of wear day to day and do stuff with. The thread is a little rough for my liking. I do like how they continued the aesthetic around the hood. They tacked the drawstring.
The sewing job is very clean. Like just flat lock just makes for really, really nice garments. It's just you have to have the time, the energy, and the machinery to actually make it. Every single
They
one
make
of these
all my
little
shit too.
operations, like making that decision to bar tack here and here, very subtle, takes a lot more time in production. Like they need to completely change.
It's an
the way
additional
they
step, yeah.
It's and an additional step makes a big difference when you're producing blanks, right? Something that's done at such scale. So they really need to think about that decision. It was a tough decision. I'm gonna put this in first place.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this in first place.
Number
5.
5. Very plush.
Yes, so soft.
Very soft.
The softest hoodie I think we felt so far. Let's see, really judge.
Actually get to like kind of the hood as well.
The bar tack.
Dude, I really love my Carhartt hoodie like so fucking
Needle
much.
here, as well as the cover stitch here. It has almost like this piping effect.
Yeah, exactly.
around the shoulder seam, around everywhere.
Very interesting because when you're working with a fabric this soft, the tension of the sewing machine is really going to affect the outcome. Whereas this
Same,
kind of
they
fabric
last forever too.
moves a lot more during the sewing.
Did notice here is the hood pocket, or sorry, the pocket over here.
The kangaroo pocket.
The kangaroo pocket.
Yeah.
Is shorter on this side than the right side, about half an inch. It's quite noticeable, I would say. I like the fabric. I like the design intention here, but because of the workmanship defects,
Carhartt
I
gang.
would rank this lower.
Yeah,
I think
Carhartt,
this is
dude.
Where again, we'll find out who the brand's here, but the brand versus manufacturer.
Okay, well.
Garment dyed.
Garment dyed.
Or washed. Garment washed. You can always tell when we break it open.
I think this is garment dyed.
So initial thoughts. Very
Okay.
rough hand feel.
Super rough. Like, gonna be probably the best hoodie on this entire fleet for printing. I would say is gonna be this one. Would be my guess. Initial construction.
Kinda like that.
It's problematic. Like over here, you can see that the sewing is actually getting overlapped here. It's super warped.
Okay.
On the sleeve, on the cuff, it's a little bit cleaner. Yeah, see, I don't like this.
Tough star.
Allowance. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not good.
And you can tell if a garment is garment dyed by basically pulling it apart at a seam. And you'll see whether the
star.
Actually, I think what it was dyed and then they mineral washed it after because it's darker in here.
Okay.
So I think it started off as like that brown, and then they mineral washed it, which is going to give it that rougher hand feel.
Yeah.
This is a very long
Bang ding
hood. I'm
gao bro
very
hi
curious
hot.
to see how this fits on you.
Yeah, this is the Assassin's Creed hood, you know? When you talk about piece dyed, you're basically
Star
saying
physics.
that the actual pieces or the entire roll
LMAO.
of fabric has been dyed beforehand, before any sort of cutting and sewing.
Your wish is my
For
command.
garment dye, you take that
Star has
same
been timed
natural
out.
fabric that's at the base, you would cut it up into different panels, sew it all together, so it'd be a fully sewn hoodie that's in this natural color. And then that hoodie is put to be dyed. In the dyeing process, there's a little bit of shrinkage, so there's a lot more to account for when you're doing garment dye. Around the seams, it's gonna collect less color than around the general body of the hoodie because it's gonna get less exposure
mad
during
mad.
the washing process.
By
Whereas
Star.
with piece dyeing, the entire roll of fabric is dyed, so it's even everywhere.
Yeah, so the dyeing process, if you're going to be like Stone Island, a lot of it's garment dyed, and you'll notice near the seams it's pure white. What you're noticing here is it's darker near the seams, and then areas of like this at the end of the ribbing, it's whiter. That's telling me it's going through a garment wash in terms of like a mineral wash, acid wash to remove color. Like aesthetically, this is the most fashion forward color and aesthetic
of
palette
course.
out of all of them.
Of course.
It's very earth tone, like aesthetically, it looks nice. It's also, other than the other one, this is actually tapered towards the body.
Yeah, it's true.
So it's gonna be a little more snug.
It's actually true. This is killing me, to be honest. Like, I just can't unsee this. And maybe it's standing out a lot more because since it's a color, the thread has a
very
lot
obvious.
more contrast.
Yeah.
And maybe those kinds of imperfections are on other hoodies. Let's overlook it, to be fair, but it's not great. It's not great.
Like this feels like a hoodie. This feels like a streetwear brand. I don't know, maybe before this one for me. We'll see after you put it on. We'll leave it here for now.
My Star. I don't know why that's
Do we
funny.
have Gildan in this mix? It's already pilling. Feel it.
Low key, like if we had Gildan in this mix, it'd be this.
It's pilling. Feel it.
Yeah.
It's already. This is pre-pilled.
This might automatically feel like the cheapest hoodie we've looked at, but it might literally be the cheapest in cost as well. So
Bottom ribbing, didn't even bother pressing it. Very loose. Side you can tell because it's not going to lint off as much.
then one's towards the end. So as a disclaimer, these are all size large. So technically speaking, if you know the patterns were made well, they should all fit intentionally as they're supposed to. They should.
Let's start with
hoodie number 7. Yeah. Okay, interesting. I'd say the sleeves are maybe a bit short. Just a little bit longer would be nice.
I'll tell you my initial thoughts on the aesthetic. It's a very non-offensive, generic hoodie.
Very dry, uneven fuzziness. Just getting all these white fuzz balls and hairs all over this hoodie, which is very, if I want it to be more comfortable. But the shape of this hood is just a little bit weird. It's got that cult swag to it, but it's not for me. Next up, we have hoodie number 2. Okay, definitely feels a lot better.
Even with the pocket reattached here, you're a lot more voluminous. The workmanship is very obvious when you're putting feel.
Fabric feels much better.
Can you put the hood on?
Yeah, much better
Better
hood.
fitting hood.
Much better.
Choosing a fabric like this.
Now,
I want to see.
it might get rearranged a little bit in the lineup. I'm taking it off. It's very hot.
Choosing a fabric like this for this aesthetic, I don't think is the right combination. The pattern should have been a little bit different for the front across chest, but I think we moved this down 1, if not 2.
I think this gets moved down to second to last.
Number 5, it's in 3rd place right now. Let's see what this looks like. You'll see with this fabric, because it's a lot more voluminous, you're getting a lot more of that Michelin man. I'd say paper, you know.
Yeah.
Can I see the hood on?
Yeah. Yeah.
How's the hood feel? I think
feels
the
good.
hood length, you're not getting as much pulling. You see I can
No.
still pull it over here a bit.
It's nice. This hood is longer.
Okay.
American-made hoodie, but that's
Yeah,
that's just
coming
a
from
guess.
the hood.
Okay, so for now, we're gonna keep it in the same place.
Yeah. Hoodie number 3, but not in a bad way. Not in a bad way at all. Like, this is really just like what your preference is, because it's not uncomfortably rough at all. It's still very nice. The rib, the cuffs here are super tight.
Can you put the hood on?
Yes, I can. I think the hood is probably like the cleanest fitting hood. I put it like it's just right. There's not too much looseness.
This and I think the first one's just a very different aesthetic than the rest. I think it fits.
But the hoodie itself does feel very nice. It feels like a quality hoodie.
Take into account what we've known before in terms of the construction difference, the quality of the construction. I don't know if the aesthetic difference is going to change the placement. That's just gonna be a preference for you guys and your brand.
Very, very solid on this hoodie.
Yeah.
We're gonna keep this hoodie where it is. Back on the rack.
Okay.
Final hoodie.
Final hoodie.
Hoodie number 4, which was in first place. Initial thoughts. Okay. The cuffs are the first thing I automatically notice, because anything that's tight to get onto my body is what I'm gonna feel first. These cuffs are a little bit looser than the last ones. I prefer that, but that's preference. The sleeves just are a little bit short, quite frankly.
You'll see instantly the way the fabric direction of the hood's going to change. You'll see this.
You doing research for Madhouse merch?
Yeah.
This is the standout hood.
I just saw this and I was like, I kind of want to explore this a little bit further.
It's a very well constructed hoodie, and if you're going for something more athletic, this is probably my pick.
Okay, so for now it's going to stay where it is.
Yeah. Joe, this is what I'm thinking.
Okay.
You give me your thoughts, okay? This hoodie and this hoodie, the one that was in
They're
third,
definitely the stars for the different aesthetic.
they're
Yep.
the 2 strongest hoodies, okay? I think this hoodie is overall just more expensive feeling. It has flat lock stitching. It has a few details, which just puts this in another category. But I have a feeling it's a lot more expensive. In any case, because of that, I would give it the street
Hell
cred,
yeah, hit my
and I
homie
put it
for
in
screen
first place.
printing and embroidery.
You'll give me your take?
Dude, everybody's got a
Oh,
homie.
you're repositioning. Okay.
I would put this hoodie in second.
Yeah, you know what? I would be happy with that because I think these two are very similar aesthetics. If you're going to choose between this and this, lean into it. Just go with this aesthetic, and I think
that's doing its thing.
Yeah,
also,
that's doing its thing. Okay. Next up, let's take some overhead shots of these, and then we're going to wash test them, see if they shrink or not.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do right now is cut out a round of fabric from
Yeah.
each of these hoodies.
I like
with
this.
The goal of figuring
I've seen
out
this device
what the
before.
true GSM of the hoodie is. GSM meaning grams per square meters. That'll inform us what the weight of the hoodie actually is. A lot of the times, Blanks brands will advertise that their hoodies are a certain weight, oftentimes more than what the actual. So let's start
Haha,
off
he
with
makes
our
some
weight.
of the patches for HA in the
Put this
Stockton
little
Lodi
round
area.
down, and it's
Oh, yeah?
419 grams per square meter. Now we're gonna take.
Okay, what was Gildan? Gildan was 303. 450. Yeah, that's a heavy ass one. Oh no, Gildan was 295. That's super light. Super thin. Yeah, 390 394.
Now we're gonna take all of these hoodies.
We're going to see what the weight is now, what it was before, and what it should.
We actually sewed on these labels that are denoting the numbers associated
I like
to
the
each
Guild
fabric.
and Champ.
All right, so this is fabric number 4.
I wear a lot of Champion hoodies, but I have one.
I lost some weight.
I have one Carhartt hoodie, and it's so hard to get away from that single hoodie.
What it should have been.
400. So they gave us bonus weight.
Okay.
Wow, they were feeling generous.
So number 5.
430. Ooh, okay.
So that's telling me it's actually losing a lot of its fleece in the wash. Even from new, it was off of its advertised.
Something. It's a little bit of loss there. Nothing crazy. Oh, that.
And what was it? That's a big difference.
That's big.
Okay.
So it didn't shrink much in the wash, but it has a big variation from what they're advertising.
Poor quality control.
But it has a big. This one.
Okay.
Is really killing it. That's so this is our best contender so far. Okay, and
Things where like it comes out in the beginning kind of nice, but then after a few dates, you're like, oh, what's going on here?
Yeah.
I think that's what happened.
I completely agree. I completely
Okay,
agree.
and Good old Gildan. Gildan.
I mean, it's got to be Gildan. If it's not Gildan, I don't know who's doing stuff like this. $292. Okay, it's quite a bit over advertised, but it's a better problem than being under, I guess. So right now we're gonna pull them out and take a look at how much they shrank in the wash.
All right, we are now
Advertised weight on the website, and then we took what the actual weight was after wash, and that's what the difference in weight is. So if this was 400 before, it's 417 is what we over here. It's pretty significant.
Yeah. So number 3 and 5 are in number 1 place for the amount it actually shrunk, which was very negligible.
Yeah.
That being said, from the factory, they are the most off. For second place for shrinkage, we have number 2.
Only took on 3 GSM from what's advertised, and it took it on. It didn't.
I would say what that tells me here is whatever company's making this, the fabric mill and the dye house is a lot better than the cut and sew factory.
That's exactly. It's spot on. And it's like the fabric here is clearly very good. And actually, we were commenting on this.
It got
like,
softer.
It's better after wash, like 100%.
And we wash these all without fabric softener.
Like really, the small adjustment of adding bar tacks here, and maybe just slightly better construction and pattern making, I think would like bring this hoodie like skyrocket it to where it needs to go.
Number 3 in terms of shrinkage is our first place right now. This one. We have fabric.
Yeah, the fabric needs to start over. And the fabric is the base, is the foundation. It's very hard without a good fabric.
5th place in terms of dimensions, or in terms of the worst, which is Gildan.
Plus 21. I
I'm
mean, it
back,
took on weight. You
MFS.
got to give them some sort of respect for
back.
that, I guess. Technically speaking, you should not be happy about additional weight. Like, let's be clear.
It's out of spec, yeah.
Really what you want is exactly the weight that's advertised, because people are expecting something and some people don't like heavier stuff, contrary to popular belief. But it's better that it's overweight than underweight, for sure.
Yeah. And then the worst for shrinkage
No
was
way.
this one.
Yeah. It's too much shrinkage. I'm doing it just because it's hard to say, like, look, the fabric here is absolutely terrible. Like, let's just call it for what it is. You know, it's
What the
very,
fuck? You gotta
very
pay
rough.
for that.
But I don't know the price of this yet.
Oh shit,
Okay,
we got heat.
I'm happy with this right now.
I'm happy too, but I think nothing could truly be determined until we know the prices of the garments.
Okay, we are
Ha ha
back.
ha ha.
So what's
What
up?
do we got here?
Well, I went through, I removed all the previous tags.
Okay.
What's underneath this black tape that I put is the prices. So underneath this black tape, remove and you'll see the prices.
25 to
Dakota.
27. Okay.
Okay. It's not
How dare
it's not
why
that
you?
expensive, honestly. for
How
what
dare I?
see
What do you mean? You gotta pay for that.
For a unique wash like that.
Yeah. You're
Okay,
getting a
not
garment dyed product.
Yeezer gilts.
It's not a bad price at all.
All right.
Respectable.
It's back on.
Okay, $10 to $13.
Yeah, that is actually
It's so cheap. That
like
is so cheap. Like what? Like despite the quality, like my God, that is value. You know what I mean?
next one.
35 to 40. Okay. Honestly, I agree with the move.
That's expensive. When you're using this as a blank, you're trying to build your brand off of this. You need enough money to do additional screen printing, embellishments, branding on top of this. That means your product cost is going to be $50, $60. And then now you have to retail this. It's going to be very difficult for a brand to start off at that price. What?
How much is it? Oh my God.
No.
That's such a shame. That's honestly big.
That's retail. You can go buy a hoodie from retail from somebody.
This is a
This is the problem I have with both this one and right now what's in first place is it's very unique. It's not generic enough to make it your own. It's very clear that you're building off of this aesthetic. And as you grow and let's say you're no longer using this blank, you have to remain within that champion aesthetic.
So I'll tell you why I'm biased on this, okay? When I started my clothing brand, the first blanks I ever used were Champion blanks with the logo on the sleeve, okay? And the place I got the inspiration for that is when Virgil did his t-shirts with the Champion logo on the sleeve. It's like putting Vibram soles on your shoes. It's like putting Polar Tech on your clothing or Gore-Tex on your jackets. I find that, you know, even though the Champion logo isn't super high end,
It helps lift the brand.
it does. And when you're trying to step into it at the beginning, especially something like reverse weave, that's something that people will know will be certified quality. So all you're doing is associating your brand name to something that already has a standard set. So I'd say you could pivot from that.
Okay.
Just your next move has to be very, very calculated.
Let's leave it here for now until we get more information. This one. Okay.
Oh, that's good. Like,
Not bad.
this to me is the blank I see here, which makes the most sense to build a streetwear brand from. It's just the softest fabric. It washed really nicely. It has a really, really big weight. It's clean, and the price point is doable to enter in and start building a brand. Look, to be fair, we did freak out at 35 to 40, and this is still 30 to
But
33.
you know what? The workmanship
is much better.
For this, I think the issue, well, this is actually cheaper than this. And this is a worse product.
32 to 35. It's very interesting. I don't even know what to say anymore.
You know
Let's play
what? I would
Fortnite
say
a little later.
Both of these, they're
Okay.
very different aesthetics. The brand that's going to build a product off of this is not the same brand that's going to build a product off of that.
I agree. But I just don't, like, to me, this is kind of much more niche and much more challenging to probably build a brand off of.
Yeah.
It's an extremely recognizable hoodie, and it's very, very unique as a blank. This is a little bit more of a blank canvas, quite literally, where you can do a lot more with it, and people won't necessarily trace it back to whatever brand this is. I think this is like so distinct, you know? Like, obviously it's very similar to what we assume is this Champion one over here, but that's about as far as it gets. I don't know anyone else who's doing reverse weave on the fabric with ribbing down the side besides Champion, and a 3-panel hood is really not a blanks thing, you know what I'm saying? It's like very unique to what it does, although it's amazing. It's a great feature.
Whoever did this, like, definitely cooked on
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
I would say, that being said, yeah, it's going to be harder to build a brand off this. I would say,
yeah, probably put that in first. I think we're locking in. Look, comment down below which brands you want to see next, and without first 6.
In last place, number 6, we have the brand Threadless,
Okay.
made in China.
Okay. Okay. Interesting.
Never heard of them.
Interesting. Niche brand.
okay.
Okay. Next, what number do we have here?
Number 2.
Interesting. I know that he's a nerd, and I know that he nerded out on the fabric very clearly, and that's what we've assessed. You know, it's just the construction that can use work.
It's been sitting on me.
McGilden's going. Okay.
It's been sitting on me. I got.
Is it Gildan? Is it Gildan? Give it to us. Number 5.
Number 5, you are correct. It is Gildan.
Trying to test the market and you're just getting started and you want to get your brand out there, your risk at the end of the day is going to be very low compared to everything else.
Yeah,
here.
Gildan, hella
Any business
cheap.
Getting started, it's all about basic.
I don't want to make cheap shit, dude. Straight up. I really don't want to. I would rather make something dumbass expensive and try to have it last like 10, 20 years.
$10 to $13 hoodie, right? No offense, USSA, just making the point. Like, this is going to be a lot easier on you. You're going to lose sleep over this, but this you can get over. You pull another hoodie out the box and you start fresh. And that is what happens when you start a brand. I can tell you from experience, from all of the people we've both consulted, there's so many mistakes that are made, and that is exactly why it could be a good product for a cheaper brand who wants to get started initially. I would not build a brand long-term with this, to be completely honest. It's not really a good quality product at all, but it's a starting point.
Yeah. 35 to 40 bucks. What is this? Number 1.
LA Apparel.
Oh, okay.
Made in USA.
Yep.
100% cotton.
Yep. Warped. You know, what I like with this product is that they've been making it for so long that it's a formula, right? It's like going to one of those like heritage restaurants where you know exactly what to consume as much.
Paying $10, $15 for the branding right there.
I would say at $40 to $45, you would frankly...
You would have to advertise that you're using Champion.
You're obviously advertising you're using Champion. You're overpaying for this hoodie. I thought that Champion was made in the US for reverse weave. I think it is for some. If it's not for this one at this price point, in my opinion, it gets bumped down.
You know what? I think at this point, in terms of branding, LA Apparel has, it's formerly American Apparel, it has its own branding.
Yeah.
Okay, next one. Number 4.
House of Blanks.
Oh,
Made
Lupa.
in Canada.
Shout out to you, Amit. You're a G. I know you've done a factory
Yeah,
tour, right?
I actually haven't seen his House of Blanks products though, so it was actually nice to review it.
Looks so good. Seriously, looks so good.
He's definitely nerded out on this. There's a lot of things that are very specific.
Like, who would do this? Who would put the 3-panel hood like this? This puts a smile on my face. I'm very happy.
Made in Canada, that price point, I think that's a steal.
Literally no, like as Canadians, there are no other factories that are really doing stuff like this in Canada. There's very few. I'm not going to say no others. There's very, very few, like less than 10. So this is wonderful to see. This is just great.
And just to show you, this is made in China. Very similar construction. This has more detail in it. This is made in Canada, higher labor cost, and it's scored better than this. So that just goes to show you how much you're paying for the Champion branding.
But just to be clear, you could make this in China as well.
Oh yeah, and that'd be
a lower price. But if made in Canada is important to you, you know, support labor. There you go.
Okay, last.
Coming in first place, Blanks by 13.
Wow.
Oh shit, I think this guy reached out to me.
Yep, it's very possible. I've done videos for him before too.
So
shout out to Alex. That's
okay.
13 Studios. Alex, he built a brand first called 13 Studios that was like to be put on like celebrities and that other people wear, and then he made a Blanks line. And funny enough, I think the 13 Studios products are made like overseas, and he charges like $200 something for them. This is made in the US, if I'm not mistaken. You said made in the US, right? And he's pricing them at 31 to 33. He's doing a good job. I don't know how the hell he's surviving, because this brand has not been around for that long, and manufacturing blanks at a small scale in LA.
Do you think he's making fabric in LA?
Yeah, he's making the fabric in LA. And manufacturing at a small scale, I don't walk or run. This is what I will say. For this price, made in the USA, if that matters to you, this quality, I don't know how much longer you're gonna get that for.
Yeah, I like walked in blind with all these. I've heard of this guy. I think he's reached out. I don't do any collabs with brands, but I think now that I know the product, it's pretty good.
It's very solid.
So, in summary, made in the US, made in Canada are our best options. Price point wise too, it's way more. In fact, like this is just way too expensive.
Yeah.
I think these are two different aesthetics, two different options. And I think you would be happy building a brand off of either one of these.
This has been a very interesting experiment.
Yeah.
Guys, please comment down below which blanks you want to see next. I know that we did not cover every single brand here. There's definitely a lot of others we left off of the table, but it does take a lot of time to do the tests on each one. If you want Joe and I to do a part 2, please let us know which brands we should be doing it on. Let us know if you enjoyed the video, and I'm gonna be putting up a full article about the full breakdown of these hoodies on Glass.
What is the MOQ for something like this right here?
300 pieces.
Can you do 100 pieces?
Yeah, we can do.
We back.
Don't cook with starch.
Hold on.
At Veta Printing, we're excited to bring you something new. Custom embroidery on tough, durable Carhartt jackets. These jackets are built to withstand the elements. And now, with our enhanced embroidery capabilities, they'll carry your brand with pride. From thick, rugged fabrics to precision stitching, we've got the tools to keep your workers warm and your branding on point. Contact Veta Printing today to outfit your team for winter, because hard work deserves a tough, warm jacket. At Veta Printing, we're excited to bring you something new. Custom embroidery on tough, durable Carhartt jackets. These jackets are built to withstand the elements. And now, with our enhanced embroidery capabilities, they'll carry your brand with pride. From thick, rugged fabrics to precision stitching, we've got the tools to keep your workers warm and your branding on point. Contact Veta Printing today to outfit your team.
Just put up to the
And the crumbs? What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Let's go to
You know the logo. You've seen the memes. Trying to get my Carhartt jacket to look vintage.
Carhartt branding. Carhartt customers.
Thank you for changing.
Yeah, so this is the one that I bought. This hoodie has been an absolute fucking joy to wear. I'll keep it a stack. So there's the oh yeah, so logo sleeve. So this is the loose fit middleweight. Fit. I almost want to buy one for Atlanta. Like that's legitimately thinking. I want him to wear this shit so he like knows. And that's crazy. They come as big as 4XL. I really don't like beanies. Like they just don't work well with my head. I got a big ass head and I get way too fucking hot way too quickly.
Try the bandana.
The bandana?
M.
Oh, Carhartt's even got some sneakers too. Or sweatpants.
I can. T. Wear the beanie either.
I thought about getting this, dude. The baklava. I'd be more inclined to wear this than a hoodie. Yeah, or like even like a neck gaiter for that matter. Oh, Carhartt does have a bandana. What the fuck? I probably wear a lot more like head straps and like bandanas and shit like that. It just never comes to mind. I only got I got a couple bandanas. But I got a bunch. I just wish they were bigger. I can't wrap them around my head. That's why I need like specific like headbands, right? Like my little Nike one right here.
Yeah, those are sick.
Doesn't look bad. Carhartt shit is like really cool though. I really enjoy. Like, is there any way to take that hood off? Water repellent.
Hi everyone, Nap Pockets, and it's nice that the sleeves have this same slick lining, so I can slip my arm into that without getting my blocks the wind. And it's a warm jacket. I like it. Hope this is helpful.
I actually don't think I need something like to this degree. I'll probably be fine with just a windbreaker, to be honest with you. But I've seen someone go to work in one of these, and I think this shit's really cool. Storm Defender. Heavyweight jacket. No, I really don't need anything like this. Gonna be rainy next couple of days. Gonna be kind of intense. Yeah, a rain hat. Yeah, get a boonie hat. That's a fucking hat right there. Holy shit. Umbrella hat where I have the. Oh wait, hold on. Sorry, you guys can't even see. Holy fuck! I'm sorry. I might actually just add this to the cart right now. Yeah, these were like really tight on the ass and thighs. I'm gonna keep it a stack. Might just keep them. Start wearing them one day. Hey, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna keep them. So many things that I want. But what kind of jacket is that? Yeah, get it brown like my shoes. What other things are on my wish list that I may or may not need? Including all this other bullshit. Kind of need a new knife. My life. Let me use the bathroom. I'll be back. That's kind of an interesting look. Oh, but my microphone is in there. Okay. All right. I kind of like that. These are $109. Damn, that's not cheap.
You're a dumb bruh.
Me? I don't know what you're talking about. Ed.
What?
What? What's this? This is what I was actually looking for. Base plate and okay, so this is what I currently have. And this is an L-shaped bracket. Nothing on top, which doesn't really help me. More so cores, even more. Okay, this is a cage for TVN. It might be time to upgrade. I'm gonna process all this right here. Because I do need a new knife. I do want that poncho. Battery. Here, yeah, actually I lied. Oh. $18 the DS24 Ultra. Get this case and call it a day. Figure it out later. Read it. Wait, so does this one actually have the It's not magnetic. Okay, then fuck this case.
The case circles closer to the camera cut. It's my power bank. Sticks, but that right there is a problem. When I have my phone on the case on the phone, this hits it.
Okay. It's just doesn't it? Well, that's the one that I need. Yeah, I don't expect. Oh, this one. Get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. That. Get rid of that. I'm a really big fan of the legs and its side of it. Oh, and it's yeah. I don't think that. Frodo.
On a couple of XD5 videos. Check out the nifty cage I got for it. But I did want to make a quick video on something that is kind of new. And that thing is this little Arca Swiss plate from Small Rig. Just being able to set the camera down and leaving it alone without actually having the camera or lens touching the ground really is something that I enjoy. You can check out my last video where I went over my camera rig that I take to sporting events, specifically World's Strongest Man in that video, and a really big part of it was the iFootage tripod base that I attached to every rig. Now a lot of the other camera guys there ordered their own afterwards because I was able to just kind of place my camera on the ground. And it's phenomenal for that kind of environment, but sometimes when I'm out and about in the street or for my personal camera, I need something a little smaller. So I broke down, got myself an XT5, got my XH2S here that I use for some pro coverage and also personally. And I saw this pop up in my suggestions. I've never seen it before. I think it's relatively new. Start taking this off, but I wanted to mention it does have like a small, of course, a small rig. They managed to fit a hex key in somewhere. This is the smallest one I've seen them make though. Let's take this guy off. I have one of those portable video head tripods. So there we go. It also does have these anti-skid rubber stuff. Almost all my cameras are constantly caged up. And I just wanted to note that not all of them have it centered. It's still, like for this camera, this is a relatively light one, the XT5. It still balances very well, as you saw, but I guess like maybe there's a camera that might have it offset and might have a heavy lens. I don't know who would hold it up. Probably not a problem anyone's going to come across. I just wanted to make mention of it. I normally don't make videos on stuff. It's one of its kind. Position it a little bit. It doesn't tilt up or down. Obviously, it would be a lot larger if it did. But you could probably kind of like work in combination with everything you have to get whatever angle you wanted. I'm a big fan of. And this is about as close as you can get to something like this for a camera that's still secure. That's it for this video.
Ah. Oh. Good.
Show me this haircut, RN.
This small rig base plate has sped up the process of filmmaking. To
Whip
say
it
the
like a
least.
bob.
Now, jumping into the design here, you've
Like
got
that? I don't know.
4 rubber pads which
Doesn't
help
move.
clip onto the bottom of your camera, as well as coming with these 2 screws. You've got a larger 3rd screw or quarter screw. If you want SLR, GoPros, you name it, it'll probably go into it. Now, jumping back, you know, sometimes I build my camera rig out and I need it to be sitting flat. This
Without the
base plate
bandana
gives it, which
MR.
are perfect for being able to.
Oh, without the bandana?
Focus motor.
No, I didn't. Did I even?
Just basically any attachments really that you want to attach to your rig. So that is another plus side to buying this base plate. Yeah, you've got 4-point screws on the back there if you want to hook up like a V-mount battery or attach something there as well as 2 more on the front. Really good design, as well as it's a really nice metal. I don't know what metal it is, but they've built this really well.
I saw someone, they made a thing, right? Oh, Daly City?
It looks great. I love it.
There is no haircut, dude. It's just my hair growing. It's just that. I just said I was gonna just rock the Ninja Blaze look. Okay, hold on. ZV1.
Oh.
That's why I was like, I was just combing my hair forward and shit. I was just doing all sorts of stupid
I like
shit.
yours better.
Oh, that fucking hurts. Let's see how he does it.
For a long time, I think I was waiting for.
Is this the guy?
Underlying subtle the most. Making art is a reflection of life. For songwriting, creating, like a lot of people aim for some super grand storyline that they want to say, and for me, it's usually like just like really intimate, true experiences that are true to myself and the life that I've lived. The truth behind the story and being able to connect and have other people experience that as well. That's everything.
So we're here in Vancouver, BC, shooting this piece for Sony with Blue Wednesday and On Planets, 2 insanely talented artists.
I thought
it was gonna have like a more thought through structure, but I think we're just gonna do our best to kind of.
It's uncandid
at the moment, and in a lot of ways, I feel like that's more creatively challenging than to like adhere to like some sort of pre-production plan or a shot list. And we're using the
Peaches and cream starburst.
Bad. My hair just keeps on growing. It cannot be
You look
stopped.
younger with it.
I look younger? Well, we can't be having none of that now, can we? Fucking can't be having none of this hello fellow kids bullshit.
Meisaku Udajivo fled. You got a Glock. Witty Hermes.
Yeah, I want to see this guy's rig.
a different camera than what I'm used to, so that on its own adds a layer of kind of interest to it. Yeah, that might be tight. Yeah.
Damn, my posture. Yeah, same. Oh my god.
Yeah, I keep being like, oh.
Don't be afraid to like.
No, you guys don't look like real producers if you're not such over. I bet you long greasy hair.
Yeah, he can't use that. That's a little add-on that he bought from Ulanzi.
I feel like I probably should have asked Sony if it was okay for me to like be using all of this random shit on the camera.
Yeah, he's using a deity mic. I need to buy another one. That is actually something I do need to buy.
So I feel like I might get some questions as to like why I'm sticking all of this rigging and battery on this little camera, and it's because the batteries, they last like 20 minutes. I mean, it's shooting 4K and this tiny little battery. just doesn't do it. So giant V-mount battery, add some weight to it too, so it makes the whole thing a lot more stable. I have a base plate which allows for a screw-on filter with the camera. The lens just kind of sits up right against it, but I forgot my step-up rings, so I had to gaff tape a Pro Mist filter onto the front of this. Gotta do what you gotta do.
How do you even gaff tape this? Dude, I have one step-up ring that's like somewhat close to the correct size.
Okay.
So it's just like it's only like 5 millimeters off or something.
Shooting on the Sony ZV-1 has been a really cool experience. It's allowed me to feel really creative in ways that I don't feel like I would have been with a more complicated camera setup. This camera has the features and the capabilities that I think are pretty much perfect for a lot of creators. Speaking of things perfect for
Oh, so that's an ND filter you put on that shit.
improve all the next level. So if you guys are interested, we're out here. We're really out here. Making movies. The point and shoot.
So that's why he did that shit, because he wanted to get an even wider angle. Do I really need the poncho? When am I going to be outside? When am I actually going to go outside? That I don't already wear a coat. Okay, what are other things that I need for like IRL streaming? Let's just change gears. Let's change gears completely. IRL streaming and vlogging. Only half of that shutter works. That's okay. At the end. one of these did I buy in the past? About this one. Hmm. These are unnecessary. Big 2-0. Big 2-0. It's just ideas. New microphone. Oh, this is another one? Oh, yeah, this looks wild too. Cool. Wait, that's not on sale anymore. I can find it. My phone case is crazy. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be in onesie. Wholesale app. So I told myself before this stream started that I was gonna be focusing on cleaning. I have been live for over 3 hours now. And that shit has not happened. So what is this? So it's a grip and
I'm so tired, haha.
you're tired from what? You guys have just been relaxing.
I work tomorrow too.
Oh, you work tomorrow? So do I.
Tired of relaxing.
Oh, tired of
From timing
relaxing.
me out, SMH. Yeezakilts LMAOO.
Dude, I'm getting like, I just had those 2
Yeezakilts, you
cheeseburgers.
made me get my mod taken away. MF.
Hey, refresh it. At least you got the at least you got a VIP now. These are not too bad. These tiny little lights. It's kind of cool. But these are very much like spotlights.
Good out here abusing.
The abuser.
SMH.
Let's go selfie stick. I want to see what other selfie sticks got out there. Difference. Looks like it has the same hinge. So you see, I have the other version of this. of the MT89, which actually worked out really well the other day. Yeah, this is the one that I have. The only thing I don't like about this is it's fucking the head of it. I wish the head was like a little bit more robust. Like it needs to be lightweight, but it's also like, hey man, I really want to like mess with this. And in that case, it's like, am I looking for more of like a monopod? Interesting. No, let me see about the M80. What is the difference? Okay, this one. Oh, okay, look at you see they got the what do you call it, head? What the fuck? You can put them on put them on wheels? What yeah, that still has the same head type. So that's the MT80. This is the MT89. Oh, you got to twist the locket. Oh, but it locks regardless. So what do you call it? I don't think locks.
It's hard to say, like, look, the fabric here is absolutely terrible.
That really rough hand feel.
Despite the quality, like, my God, that is value.
Oh, what?
You're tricking yourself. Oh, this is just great. Which blanks should you be using for your brand? There's about 150 different blanks brands out there right now. It's impossible to know which one is the best. And today, we have a bunch of them in front of us.
So the team actually took the labels off these. Will and I have no idea what brands these are.
It's hard to say, like, look, the fabric here is absolutely terrible.
That really rough hand feel.
Despite the quality, like, my God, that is value.
Oh, what?
You're tricking yourself. Oh, this is just great. Which blanks should you be using for your brand? There's about 150 different blanks brands out there right now. It's impossible to know which one is the best. And today, we have a bunch of them in front of us.
So the team actually took the labels off these. Will and I have no idea what brands these are.
So Joe and I are walking into this completely blind. All of the blanks have been debadged. The labels have been removed, so there's no indication of which brand they came from. It's completely objective, and we're gonna be rating them.
First one here. It's a heathered fleece hoodie, ribbed bottom.
It has like a nice
fleece.
Yeah, very nice Sherpa-like texture on the inside. I know it's very sought after for a lot of people. Very plushy. It's interesting because I wonder how this is gonna.
All right, guys, so we're here at Blanks by 13. We're with the owner, Mr. 13 himself. His face is gonna be blurred out because, you know, he's mysterious. He's too rich to be on camera right now.
What's up?
I think one of the things that I like about the brand is that it's made in USA. And you know me, I'm a yellow guy. I got a rep for my yellow people, but I'm not opposed to learning.
Jesus Christ.
Everything's milled in California.
Where do you get it? It's out here? You can buy these like rolls out here?
Yeah, you could buy them here.
How much?
You gotta buy bulk. You gotta be doing big business, making big money.
That's why he ain't on camera. He's doing big business, y'all. Big business.
Out of this.
How much is one roll though?
Around $200 probably.
One roll is 200
I don't
bucks.
know the math. I'm not a genius at math. You know?
Bro, your face is already blurred. You can give them the real game. They're not gonna come and do this. So this is
Do the math.
one.
Do the math. 30 yards. It's around $6 to $7 a yard, and then
30 yards, 6.
and
so
then
that's
two yards make a hoodie.
All right, 30 yards, 6 to 7. So 30 times. Let's just say 30 times 10 racks. 10 racks of fabric. That's crazy. So where does
Make the roll.
Before the roll even gets here, Mr. 13 himself is gonna take it to the laboratory, and he's gonna, you know, the GSM, you gotta measure the work. He checks the shrinkage, and micro is good for shrinkage. So what is like the normal shrinkage like allowance?
Usually it's like 5%, but then we send it out for a wash again, and it goes down to like 1%.
Oh, wow. And then what are we doing now? We penetrated the fabric, and what is this?
Now we're rolling it out, but I don't know if we penetrated it correctly because it's not rolling. He's gonna roll it from there maybe.
And then once it's rolled out like this, what's the next process?
And you're gonna roll it out back and forth. You're gonna get a thick stack, very good penetration, and you're gonna cut it out into the pieces. You cut out the sleeves, you cut out the hood, and then it all gets bundled up and goes to the sewing station where they sew up the finished unit.
So again, they roll it back and forth kind of like a sandwich. They have different, it's all
Top are thinners, those are pants probably.
Yeah.
And
the sandwich, it comes to like this right here, and this is what they call a pattern, correct? Right?
Correct.
And then they lay like all It's all cut up. It gets onto this massive roller, and then this comes over here.
Yeah, and then there's a mass. People have do only sleeves, only pockets. He's gonna coordinate with everyone, make sure everyone's.
So one guy is doing only sleeves, and then once he finishes the sleeves, it goes to the next guy who's doing the other sleeve, and then it goes to the next guy who's doing the ribbing. It's like an assembly line.
Assembly line, correct. Everyone's a master at their work.
In a day, how many do you think they're sewing in a day?
How many they're sewing? We're sewing somewhere in the thousands a day.
Thousands a day. Wow, these guys are really like master sewers. So again, this is the panels starting to come together. As you can see right here, wow, this is actually very interesting. So you guys see, this is kind of the hoodie. This is where the whole two sleeves.
Yeah, using a hand mic in this case is like not the play.
Blanks.
They should
Throw it
both
on.
be laved up.
And then what does she do? She's doing the quality control and folding.
Yes, then those get bundled up and go to the wash house. So we do actually an extra step, extra finishes that a lot of blanks company don't do to get this puffy feeling on the shoulder and a nice soft feel and just an extra shrinkage just to make
So
sure
you guys also pre-wash all of the garments.
Pre-wash the fabric, and then once it's done being sewn, we do another wash
So
too.
you wash it twice.
Twice, yeah.
Wow. So I think the one thing you guys don't understand about manufacturing overseas is that when you're overseas, a lot of those steps where it's like wash the fabric and wash it again, those steps are probably getting skipped because I know I love my people, but my people, they always trying to cut.
Dye it, it shrinks again. So we won't shrink it in the wash house, otherwise it will shrink too much. So sometimes they'll go directly to the finishing, and we'll QC check it and give it to them.
What is PFD?
Prepared for dye. That means you could dye the product any color you want at your own dye house. We don't do the dyeing, and but when you do that, it'll shrink again no matter how much it's pre-shrunk. It'll always shrink.
Okay. And what is the finishing part? What can you show us what finishing is?
Right here, as you can see, we're checking even inside the pockets for any loose thread.
So once it gets to that, you're saying this is the finishing section?
Yeah.
What is finishing?
Finishing entails checking for loose thread, cutting it out, we're ironing it, and then we're putting it in plastic bags with the size sticker on it, and then putting it in the fulfillment center.
So what process is she in right now? She's cutting all the loose threads?
Yep, correct.
And then you guys even finished the insides of the hoodie too?
Correct.
That's crazy. So again, back to the made in America and made in Korea or made in Asia reference points is that probably if you're making stuff in Asia, they probably might not, I mean, they're gonna finish the outside of the garment, but I don't know if anybody is finishing the inside of the garment. And you're definitely not gonna have QC control, whereas if you're making in America, you got Mr. 13 himself overlooking the whole operation, making sure that she ain't on her phone and she's actually doing the right things. And this is after finishing, this is the last step or second to last step?
Second to last step.
And what is this?
We iron it, get out all the wrinkles. You know, it's barely even wrinkly because it's so plushy, but we'll still get it out. When you open that package, you're not gonna get a wrinkle on your hoodie too, like every other brand.
Oh shit. Let's have a Blank Spot 13 steam room going on. All right, and then after you get from here, where do we go? So it gets finished, it gets ironed.
Fold it up in a plastic bag and you heat seal it.
You always gotta seal the work, right?
Seal the work, yeah, tag it correctly.
Gotta seal the work. What's this right here? This is the fulfillment room? What is all this?
This is the fulfillment center. When everything's done and packed, we put them into bins, we separate them by name, and we print out all the labels and we pick and pack.
Where'd you guys get these from? From Uline?
Yes, correct. We got them from
Shout out Uline. Please sponsor one of our videos. I love Uline.
They overcharged us.
They do be waxing, but it came next day, right?
Yes, correct.
So this is where all the orders get fulfilled out of. These are all the smalls, the mediums, all the different sizes. And how fast is the shipping out here?
We ship within a few business days. We were on a big back order. Some people were taking 3 months to get it, but we cleared that up and we're fast shipping. Like people even put bulk orders and got it the same week.
Love that. Do you have a photo of yourself flexing with the poly mailers?
Nope, I don't.
Mr. 13
It
himself.
wouldn't fit in one photo.
Oh, y'all hear that? Y'all gotta get your game up. It can't fit in one photo, you know what I'm saying? It's too big. It's got too much weight, too much work. Now that we've seen the operations, we've seen everything, right? How long you been in the business for?
Maybe around 5 years I started. 13 Studios was the first brand, and then we wanted to build a company that could help other people start brands rather than just sell like a streetwear company. There was always people hitting us up for advice, and how could I do that in the masses without speaking to one person? We could just build a brand. I mean, the volume discount is meant to grow your brand. It starts high. The more you order, we want you to get motivated to get to that low price point. Always want to deliver you the same quality that we start our brand with, that we know that works. because that hoodie worked and blew up the brand. So we're gonna give you something even better than that.
Why did you make the transition from like doing a brand to like selling blanks and like catering to like that community?
We didn't transition. I mean, we're still doing both. 13 Studios is killing it. Blanks is killing it. We just the bigger the brand, we want to help more people get our product out. A lot of people couldn't afford the $200 13 Studios hoodie that sells out in a few minutes. You know, we want to make something more accessible to everyone at a cheaper price, but you can't get that 13 Studios logo.
Oh, love that. Anything else you want to say to the people?
Everyone, I hope you could just start your brand. Everyone get your foot in the door no matter what it is. Doesn't have to be my blank. Start with t-shirt. Just do something. Like, it's always going to transition to something else. It could be marketing. I've seen my whole marketing team started with a brand. Everyone I work with started with a brand. Doesn't mean you're going to end with a brand, but it means you're going to end in a good place. Just start anything.
You know, we stay giving y'all free game.
Very interesting.
Now this is Blank Spot 13 Studios Black Fleece Hoodie. Now with that being said, we're going to put this hoodie to the test to see if it's worth it or not. Now the first category we're going to get into is pricing. Now when it comes to this brand, they have two separate websites, a retail website and a wholesale website. Now these hoodies come in 6 different colorways that you could choose from.
I don't want to see how these microphones sound.
You can see these hoodies are priced at $78 retail, but if you do have a wholesale license, you will be able to get these hoodies for $32 wholesale through their wholesale website. Also, if you're looking to pay in full interest-free payments, they have Shop Pay available on this website as well. Now when it comes to this brand, there are no minimums when purchasing these hoodies, so you can purchase as less as you want or as many as you can that are available for purchase. Now the second category we're going to get into is sizing. Now this is their perfect hoodie weighing at about 19.5 ounces at 450 GSM. Pre-shrunk, slightly oversized with a drop shoulder fit. Now as you can see, I'm wearing a large in a black colorway. Though this hoodie does have that drop shoulder oversized look, I do like my hoodies a little more baggy. Now if your customers are looking for more of a true to size fit, I do recommend you inform them to size down.
AFK.
Now the third category we're going to get into
Again, I love like just how much I get the like layer in like my face on stupid shit. Like just the fact that my head is like overlapping. My head is overlapping the fucking video feed. So sick. I love doing shit like this. It's the small things that get me going. This is for me. I find it cool.
Printing. Now, since this is a sample, we're going to be heat pressing with Caesar Easy Weed. Now, for this hoodie, I pressed at 315 degrees at a 20-second press with a hot peel. Now, if you creators are interested in using Caesar Easy Weed heat transfer vinyl, I'll leave a link down below in the description. Now, there are no labels besides the wash label, as you can see right here, so if you're looking to add your own branding, you will be able to do so. Also, if you're looking to create your own colorways and dye your own hoodies, they have PFD Prepare for Dye hoodies available as well. So if you're looking to screen print, heat press, direct a garment, or embroidery, you will be able to do so on these hoodies. Now, the fourth category we're going to get into is washing. Now, I washed this hoodie in cold water inside out and then left it to hang dry. Now, this hoodie came out just the same after the wash, little to no shrinkage, and the hood maintained its same size and structure. And also, when it comes to the print on this hoodie, no cracking and peeling whatsoever. Now, the fifth category we're going to get into is quality. So for product softness, this hoodie is right there between soft and average. This hoodie is slightly soft to the touch and very comfortable on the body. Now, for product durability, this hoodie is right there at excellent. Now, after the wash, this hoodie maintained the same size and structure, no shrinkage whatsoever. Now, though this hoodie is washer and dryer friendly, I do recommend you hang dry this hoodie. Now, for material quality, this hoodie is right there at excellent. Now, due to its 400.
The Hoodie Hunt, Episode 4. The Carhartt Rain Defender Heavyweight Hoodie. For a retail price of $60, this is a 13-ounce cotton poly blend hoodie with ribbed cuffs and water repellent technology. They provide multiple earth tone colorways, but this peak colorway is my favorite. Overall, the fit is nice. It does not have drop shoulders like most streetwear hoodies. It does have ribbed cuffs to help with insulation. Carhartt does run pretty big, so I'd consider sizing down. Overall, this is a 6.8 out of 10. The Hoodie Hunt.
Carhartt Rain Defender, durable water repellent sweatshirt, easily handles water. Carhartt Rain Defender retains 70% strength, even after 20 washings. You know what doesn't handle water? Other sweatshirts.
Dang, couldn't he even give it the
DVD
6.9?
VCR combo, a ham
the 6.9.
sandwich, a cell phone. Carhartt Rain Defender, durable water repellent sweatshirts. Outwork them all.
Interesting. I want to see here. Hold on. Let's go back. Let's go history.
This is going to take to different prints, right?
Here's how Carhartt makes a lot of their outerwear. Rosades is a clothing manufacturer based in Managua in Nicaragua. They're a fully vertical clothing manufacturer that knocks out over 150,000 garments per week. They offer everything you can want, including pattern making, sampling, embellishing, and so on. Their specialty seems to be everything in canvas and cotton. Their minimum order quantities are rather high when you develop something entirely from scratch. However, they have over 450 styles already stocked, and if you alter them a little bit, you can definitely lower those quantities going into the project. This is because pattern making and sampling is extremely time intensive. Contacting them is really easy. They have a button for it on their website, and they typically answer within 48 hours. Let me know which product I should do next. If you're a small clothing brand that's just getting started and wants to make a more complicated piece, like a jacket or a pair of jeans, why not repurpose vintage? An example of this is when Chrome Hearts takes Levi's denim and adds their infamous crosses to it. The reason I think this is a good move is because developing your own jeans or your own jacket is going to cost thousands of dollars in sampling and is going to be very hard to produce at low quantities. It's also a challenge to find a factory willing to produce low minimums for such a complicated product. By using an existing brand, people will already be familiar with the product you're releasing to some extent, and it acts as a seal of quality. It also means that you're not going to have to make any samples, the fit is going to be perfect, and people are getting exactly what they're expecting. A pair of Levi's jeans or a Dickies jacket is widely available, and they're very easy to get your hands on. I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
This is a 16-year-old J97 Carhartt Detroit jacket, probably the most famous Carhartt Detroit jacket of all time. I bought mine dead stock. The tags were still on it. It says brand new, as a 16-year-old piece can be brand new. And this old Betty is a
A man who spent a quarter-century behind bars for a murder he was wrongfully convicted of has now been ordered to repay more than $1 million to the state. It is part of a
Easy
Court of
kills
Appeals
come
decision
here.
after a separate lawsuit paid him more than $7 million. This is a story I have been following for years. Back in 2017, our cameras were rolling as Desmond Ricks learned he would be released from prison. And today I talked with his former attorney. Prison, where he always
Ricks endured the worst.
Breaking news, we're on 34th and 9th Ave in front of the B&H Superstore, and people are going mad. What's in the bag?
I actually got a 28 to 70 f2 from Sony. This is like the best lens ever. It's actually
high quality video in the field. One of the biggest features of the PXW Z300 sits at the forefront of the content authenticity movement, being the world's first camcorder that embeds digital signatures. Supporting the C2PA standard makes this an essential camera for professional crews working in news or journalism focused media. Sony's put a lot of effort into making sure operators can pull a beautiful image out of this camcorder. The PXW Z300 features a half-inch 4K 3CMOS XMOR-R sensor capable of capturing up to 4K 60 video in conjunction with the Bionz XR processor that's featured on many of Sony's other offerings in their overall camera lineup. The 17x zoom offers incredible range with a 30.3 to 515mm focal range with constant f1.9 aperture, making this excellent in low light. Sony's gone in and equipped the Z300 with a dedicated AI processing unit with advanced subject recognition based on face, eye, skeletal structure, and posture information. According to Sony, even when your subject is facing away from the camera or wearing facial coverings, the autofocus stays locked on and the auto-framing function automatically adjusts your composition to keep human subjects centered in the frame. On the top here is a 2.76 million dot 3.5 inch high brightness LCD monitor that provides incredible visibility in bright conditions. To support this monitor is the new flexible LCD arm with the screen facing forward for those looking to monitor their image while the previous PXW first party accessories or Wi-Fi 6E like wireless on previous camcorders. One of the things that really makes this camera versatile is that it has been designed with the rest of Sony's camera ecosystem in mind. Taking cues from the Cine and Cine Alta lines, the 11 custom buttons, as well as the other functional buttons, have been redesigned with the look and feel of those the likes of the FX series, the Burano, and the Venice. The internal ND filter has also been redesigned from a 3-step switch to an electronic VND dial with auto ND functionality. The Z300 now supports CF Express Type A and SDXC cards, with dual slots making it incredibly easy to mix the Z300 in workflows with other Sony cameras. And on the topic of Sony camera workflows, the Z300 now supports shooting in the S-Cinetone Gamma Curve. And as you can see, we're in the B&H event space and we have 4 Sony PTZ cameras set up around the room. In the center, we have an AM7, and then we have 3 FR7s around the room. And they're all shooting in the S-Cinetone Gamma Curve. Now watch as I cut in between each of the cameras. As you can see, we have them all set to the same white balance and the color is virtually the same. So for places of worship, event houses, or live concert venues where live broadcasting a multitude of cameras through a switcher is the main workflow, slotting the Z300 into your existing setup won't be an issue as it can match all of your other cameras and you won't need to completely overhaul your setups. So who is this camcorder for? Given its position in Sony's camcorder lineup and the overall Sony ecosystem, this is for professional end users. News, events, sports, documentary, and live broadcasting would best be suited to take advantage of the utility the PXW Z300 offers. The redesigned controls, the updated image processing, and its excellent AI power That's been the Sony PXW Z300. In person, you know just where to find us.
And it's like an $8,000 camcorder.
300, their new flagship fixed lens camcorder for news acquisition and actuality work. The aim here for Sony is to make the best camera possible for documenting what is happening around us. Think war zones, natural disasters, politics, all of that. It is essentially a redesigned and refined Z280. It's the same lens and sensor unit, but with new processing, updated physical design, and some incredibly important workflow improvements. Perhaps the biggest workflow addition is to do with authentication. This is a really new and developing area, but an incredibly important one in today's landscape of generative AI and misinformation sharing. As news gatherers, how you verify and prove that this important video you have of something newsworthy is genuine is becoming so important. Luckily, there's a committee called the C2PA. We've seen this also exciting stuff, portable data transmitter, the PDT-FP, for the kind of work that this camera is designed for. The other big workflow change is the integration with Sony's portable data transmitter, the PDT-FP1. If you aren't familiar with this already, think of it as a gateway between the camera and the internet. It is essentially phone technology, but without the phone bits, of course. And because it's a dedicated bit of kit, you aren't relying on the operators using their own devices or phones. It's much better for security, for example. If you have a fleet of these cameras, you just have one of these in the bag with each camera in the same way as you would your audio kit or your top light, for example. To use it, you clip it onto the new V-wedge on the side of the camera and connect it over USB-C. It has its own internal battery, but it also receives power from the camera over the USB-C port, so will remain charged at all times pretty much. You can then set it up in multiple ways. You can either choose the clips to upload, or it can just upload everything. You can choose for the camera to send it just proxies or camera originals, and it has inbuilt storage as well. So you can treat this as another way of getting file redundancy when you're out in the field, which is quite handy. It connects to Sony's cloud services, and then once it's inside Sony's platform, it can be redirected to any third-party services that you need. Because of the integration with Sony's platform though, it can do a neat trick where it pauses file uploads if you lose your internet connection. So it won't fail the whole upload, it will just pause it and then carry on when your connection comes back. It's also so much nicer using it with a bigger screen and dedicated user interface rather than the camera's LCD and menu system, which can get quite clunky for this kind of cloud work. Physically, it is similar in many ways to the Z280, as you would expect, but a lot has changed. Some big changes and some small tweaks. Perhaps the biggest change is to the monitoring. The rear viewfinder is no more, and the LCD screen has been much improved, especially this new flip-out mechanism. This is actually one of the best ones I've ever seen on a camera. You can position the LCD in so many different places, which is going to make a big difference when you're working and is a real step forwards over the very simple one, which is on the Z280. The panel itself is now the same 720p high bright display that was on the Z280. We now have one MI shoe compared to the two which were on the Z280, and it's been moved to the back on this new diagonal part of the top handle in the space where the rear viewfinder was. This is so that you can mount their audio receiver in a much more secure and streamlined place. You can even now lock it down in place with this screw on the back, so you're going to be able to keep it in place and attached when you're pulling it in and out of a bag. So the idea is you just have your whole camera all attached, ready to go, to just pull out and start filming immediately as a grab and go unit. The media is probably the other biggest change. Gone are the S/S cards of the Z280, and now we have the same media slots as on every other Sony camera. Dual slots which can take both SD cards and CF Express Type A. Another nice touch is that the mains power in is now a USB-C PD port, so you don't need to use a dedicated mains power supply that is bulky and take that with you when you're traveling all over the world. you can just use the same USB-C charger, which you're going to be able to use to power your camera, your laptop, your phone, the NP1, everything you have with you pretty much. The power switch location and the design of the buttons has also been updated to match the rest of Sony cameras, and the whole menu system has also been updated to match as well. The idea is you should be able to switch easily between this, the Z200, the FX6, the FX9, all without having to adjust much at all. It is clear Sony have really been listening to their customers with this. This is a camera built around being the best out there for one very specific style of work. And in a camera landscape which is very much leaning towards image quality and large sensor cameras, that's quite refreshing to see in many ways. For this kind of work, sure, image quality is very important, it's always very important, and you want good low light performance and all of that. But you really want a smaller sensor with deep depth of field so that everything is in focus and you don't miss your focus in an important moment. You want decent zoom range so that you can change what you're capturing in a split second and react to the world around you. And above all, you need to work incredibly fast. The Z300 is designed not just to get you good images, but takes advantage of modern technology to get those images to the places they need to be as quickly as physically possible, in as secure a way as possible, and to have the authentication tools which are needed to combat today's crazy landscape online. If you're looking at investing in Z300s for your own work, please do get in touch with the team here at ProAV. We'd be happy to help.
Interesting.
A video body
has to be.
What is that?
Cooling, which is
lots of, having a camera that is that small, DC80.
Yeah.
4K multi-purpose. Oh, these are Panasonics. Box cam.
And yeah, if you like a product, too has that adds so much value to the package. C50 is his runner.
One of the best top handle designs that we've seen in a camera body.
I mean, there's nothing too different to what anyone else is doing, but it just is so comfortable.
Yeah.
I would love a rocker on it.
Burnt Coast. Who else? Am I missing somebody else? Mugo. I'm gonna give you VIP. Edits as an editor. You can't have VIP. Witty Hermes. Witty Hermes, should I make you VIP or moderator? I'm gonna make Witty Hermes VIP. Because if Star doesn't get it, Bang Ding Ao. Bang Ding Ao is going to be VIP. Easy's VIP. Smiles one of the lead mods. I think. Katsu is also in. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Who else can I give? I feel like there's someone else that I missed. Give Teddy Bonkers the VIP. A Star. Unknown user. Like there's here.
He do the bending 40 times is wild.
Arc
I'm
Raiders.
gonna try to get good with all the guns, like getting the layouts and all that, like the blueprints. 17 months, fake fan. Sorry, I can't hear. That's why. You do that. I don't care. Stars over here is like, why are you screaming, bro? And I'm like, bro, you do this shit all the time. I can hear you from outside the house. Like, fuck off. You don't think so? With the window open? Fuck! 12 months, Daddy the Captain. Appreciate you, brother. Muchos gracias. Let me see if I can't fix that. Oh, we got a hype train going already. Jeez. What? Yeah, dude, that's almost half of Star's fucking support. No, it's probably right. I just have a big stream. I haven't streamed for how many months? Like at least 3 months, I would say. All right, let's get this going. Solid, are you hopping on? Don't come for my friend, Witty.
Oh shit, Yeezy.
Don't yell at me. Yeah, don't come for me either. Fuck. Oh shit, Yeezy. Is that 5 gifted subs? Holy shit, appreciate you, brother. You're like the biggest supporter around here. Give Star the dirtiest look right now. Yeah, where's my 5 month? All dick, dude. Okay, let me wait, let me see this song. Oh shit, Yeezy. Dude, I know. I wish Yeezy would listen. BRB, let me go get his cage. Nah, Starface is just faked. Yeah, dude. Oh shit, here we go. Damn, called you out. Hell yeah, appreciate it. Not a fake fan anymore. Here. Beat our all-time high, level 2? Fuck yeah, dude. Look at that. 3 months off and like going off already. I really don't like where this camera's angled. Buried city. Wait, I gotta remember what I got in my inventory. No, I just gotta fix it to see where no, it's not even like the angle as far as like I gotta move the camera. I figured that out. Gonna take these both level 3 guns. Medium ammo, light ammo. Light ammo. Dude, pretty much, dude. I don't talk enough shit to her apparently. Oh, I forgot I got a shotgun. Maybe I should try that. Oh no, that's a battle rifle. I could have swore I got it. I did. I jacked somebody's shotgun. That's why I don't want to use it yet. Dude, Yeezy. I mean, Solid. So like after you got off, I lost that gun, right? I lost the one you gave me, and then the anvil, the big pistol, right? And as soon as that happened, I'm like, fuck, man, because I didn't bring enough materials or like any ammo or anything. I wasn't prepared. So now I'm getting used to that. Like right now, I'm like, oh shit, gotta remember. Anyways, I got jacked, right? They killed me. They take me out. The next spawn in, there's some chick fighting an arc, right? So okay, whatever. She's fighting, and then I was like, fuck it, I'll take it down. Bam, bam, bam. Takes it down. Pulls up on her. So hey, do you need help? And blah blah blah. And I just fucking took her out.
A rocker, yeah.
A joystick.
Yeah.
If it had
Oh, they got rid of the one on the sensor. Interesting.
Okay, but that C50 top.
Hall effect. Wow. Discovered in 1879 by Edwin Hall. Keen with the face, but it initially wasn't received well. So this TMR sensors, which is slightly different than Hall effect. And no, this video is not sponsored. I bought effects. It performs just like a Hall effect sensor, but more accurate and requires less.
Damn, $200 fucking dollars. Oh, wait a sec. Keep drinking this shit, dude. It might be time to use the bathroom.
Power. Hall effect sensors are what we use in Hall effect keyboards, you know. Hence the name. They're using keyboard.
The Air 540. Ooh. It's a double chamber. The triple chamber. All right, I'll be right back. Hamburger. Very curious about the CPU down here. Okay, I see what they're getting at. This is a top-down look, so CPU is right here. So boom, boom, this is on. Very cool. Oh, that's all it comes with, I think. Is that clear? I mean, it doesn't. I wonder how this performs. I wonder if Gamers Nexus did
Right now at 5, New Year's Day rain is moving out of the Bay Area, but not for long. An atmospheric river is on the way. We're timing out this storm and the impact for the first weekend of 2026. And a single mom in the Bay Area says her priceless possessions were destroyed in a major fire at a storage facility. How she's trying to move forward with the contents of one suitcase. And you won't be asked paper or plastic anymore at the grocery store. What Bay Area shoppers are still lingering.
Storage. But just after midnight on Christmas Day, health.
Availability.
Mind.
Eventually, it will be. This storm.
And that's the bottom line.
Gears, gear. Defiant.
If you're an Apple user, you already know the pain. You buy this beautiful premium device and then you get Here's the beauty of it. The Ugreen system comes with a very simple app. When you open it on your iPhone, it lets you send your photos and videos.
Okay.
Whether you're looking to improve your listening experience on the go, or you're a musician looking for their first pair of in-ears to play on stage, this video will be everything you need to know to get started with IEMs in less than 10 minutes. Okay, so the very first thing we need to clarify is that in-ear monitors, or IEMs, are different from earbuds. Both IEMs and earbuds are considered earphones, but IEMs have a little silicone tip that go inside your ear to form a seal within your ear canal. This seal is very important because it provides both isolation and creates the necessary acoustic environment within your ear so that you can get a deep bass response.
Acoustic
Earbuds
environment.
like this one have a flat head
to
that sit
fucking
on
do
the
the
entrance
thing.
of your ear canal and doesn't really ever form a seal. This is just a little bit of nomenclature, but it's an important one to discuss because it's a point where I still see quite a bit of confusion. So in my opinion, the first IEM you should start with is the $30 Kiwi Ears Cadenza. Look, I know that if you Google what is the best budget IEM to buy is, you're gonna get countless results. The truth is, most recommendations these days are gonna sound quite good and are gonna be in the same ballpark of one another in terms of sound quality. So my biggest advice to you
Oh, you see, yeah, these are out of stock. So. I could just start buying hella IEMs and just being like, yeah, this is cool. I like these. These are sick. But does anybody even see those? Moondrop.
Introducing the new Moondrop CHU2 high-performance earphones, bringing exceptional.
They have the other Moondrop ones, the ones that everybody buys. Whoa. Just seeing this, I'm like, I want to play Cyberpunk. I don't see them. What, did I just stop making them? What's up, Star? Welcome back. Speaking of which, I want to see if the I want to see some. Oh, my mom did make tortillas today. Okay, it hasn't hit quite yet. Your gift card. Mm-hmm.
Do is to just pick one.
Oh, I never even checked on offer up. Okay, well, he didn't. Unlisted. Why is this telling me that I'm fucking here? Where's this at? Oh, this is skateboarding fender. Hayward. great price.
These budget earphones.
Whether you're looking to improve your listening experience on the go, or you're a musician looking for their first pair of in-ears to play on stage, this video will be everything you need to know to get started with IEMs in less than 10 minutes. Okay, so the very first thing we need to clarify is that in-ear monitors, or IEMs, are different.
I got a bunch of Moondrops and I shall be unboxing the Chu 2. Chu 2 is the update to the Chu 1, thank you Captain Obvious, and retails for $19 US. As per usual, Moondrop's anime packaging, please do not be surprised. Ooh, honestly it just looks like a Chu with detachable cables. Ooh. I assume that the cables are in here, do not disappoint me. How do you remove this? Oh, okay, you're not supposed to remove it. And there we are, Moondrop Chu 2. Simple, easy packaging, of course expected because it's cheap. Sound check. There's more bass, there's less treble, and overall just takes on a much warmer, darker character. But I remind everyone again, this is just based off a 5-second first impression listen, so don't take anything I say now seriously.
Yeah.
When the original Moondrop Chu
Okay, so
first
this
came
sounds infinitely better than what the fuck he just had.
out, it was a revolution. Back then, people didn't really care about the $20 IEM market. It was filled with cheap stuff. They didn't really sound good. And in general, people typically like to save up to the next tier up, which was $50, because that was where you get something that was actually half serviceable. That was, of course, until the Moondrop Chu, which showed the world that you could indeed get a $20 IEM and get it at a decent quality. Nowadays, the original Moondrop Chu can seem a little dated. After all, it didn't come with a detachable cable, which is now what most of the competition has, and has a signature that was rather bright-leaning and a little too bass-light for the general populace. And so now, we do have the Moondrop Chu 2, with detachable cables and what seems to be a darker, much warmer signature. So now, the question is, can Moondrop regain its $20 throne? Before we begin, and I know on you right now, it's not
Yeezy has convinced me I might have to just get something else.
But you know who you should.
I might just have to retire these.
For those residing in the greatest nation on earth, Canada. Ranging from amps, DACs, IEMs, for the iTunes.com for all of your audiophile needs. The original Moon time I had always regarded something to be in production, and at some point I think QC also takes a huge hit. And let's not even talk about the absolute lack of care that went into tuning a lot of these cheap shit IEMs, because before the Moondrop Chu came along, a lot of them were just a mid, dog water, just absolute garbage that I just don't want to buy, even if you offer it to me at $5. So what the Chu 1 represented was a tonal shift in how the $20 bracket were to be viewed. It came unprecedentedly with a metal build at $20. Unfortunately, you can't have everything. The Moondrop Chu 1 didn't come with detachable cables, so if you accidentally killed it, well, you're shit out of luck. And that's where I feel like the competition really came in and started differentiating themselves from the Chu 1. Many IEMs that came out thereafter, in response to the Chu 1, capitalized on the fact that they had detachable cables with a similar sound signature. And that is like that really killed the market share of the Chu 1. There you had the pick of the litter. Everything that was not from a sound perspective, but from a usability perspective, superior to the Chu 1. And thereafter, the Chu kind of faded into obscurity relative to the rest of the competition. And make no mistake, that really killed the market share of 1. And there you had the pick of the litter. Everything that was
okay, so that's
not from a sound perspective, but from a usability perspective, superior to the Chu 1. And thereafter, the Chu kind of faded into obscurity, at least relative to the rest of the competition. And make no mistake, Moondrop were well aware of this. And so we have the Chu 2, which is just from a very surface level analysis, the Chu 1 with detachable cables. And they could have just stopped right there and gotten a huge chunk of the market share. But of course, on top of that, Moondrop has heard the criticisms that a lot of people had for the sound of the Chu 1, which to a lot of people was too bright, was too bass shy, and just had a general high frequency tilt that not a lot of people really liked. So on the Chu 2, what happened? Well, they essentially down tilted the response. You get more bass as well as less treble on the Chu 2. And I would say that makes it a lot more palatable to the general audience. Is this a big update? I would say absolutely. Have they addressed the lack of detachable cables? Yes. Have they addressed the fact that their sound signature, the original sound signature, tended to be more esoteric for the more mainstream audience? Yes. Is it a perfect product? No. But it's $20, not even 20, it's like 19, maybe 18, I don't know. That said, there are still things that I would still prefer the Chu 1 over, one of which would be the fact that the Chu 1 had a much brighter leaning signature. It also resulted in much better clarity, which when you compare it with the Chu 2, is rather apparent. That's not to say that the Chu 2 is muffled or dark or whatever. No, it's just that in comparison to the Chu 1, you can tell that there's kind of a veil that is on top of everything else. But at this price bracket, everything is a compromise. Where the Chu 1 was a lot clearer, it also, again, makes it less palatable to the general audience. And where the Chu 2 is slightly more muffled and more veiled, it makes up for it with that thump, with a much more pleasing signature overall. And if you ask me, I would actually pick the Chu 2 more times than not over the Chu 1. But enough about the internal comparisons. What you're here for is the comparisons with the general market, the competition. In terms of the $20 market, I would like to think that there's a general consensus of the big three, excluding the Chu 1. You have the Tangzu 1Er, you have the Truthio Hola, which I praised a lot in this video, and of course you have the third unnamed one that I will not say due to conflict of interest. And I'm also excluding the now booming market of DSP IEMs because I feel like they warrant a separate categorization altogether. In terms of usability and in terms of features, the 1Er and the Hola run absolute circles around the Chu 1 by virtue of the fact that they have detachable cables. It's a fickle market, I know. But of course, now the Chu 2 equalizes the playing field. So let's talk about how they compare with each other. I myself am not the biggest fan of the 1Er. It's a great IEM, and I still think that it runs circles around many $50 IEMs. It's just that when you compare it with something like the Hola, I feel like there is a noticeable gap in performance. And I know people are going to disagree with me on this, which is why I say watch my disclaimer video, everything is explained there. And in terms of build quality, then that's where the 1Er really misses the mark. It's a full plastic shell, feels very cheap like the $20 IEMs of the old days, and generally I just don't think that it's something that you buy for to impress someone. The Truthio Hola, on the other hand, is a chonker relative to the Chu 2, but some people might like that. It also sports a very similar warm tilted bassy signature that would gel well with a lot more people. But if you're asking me personally, I feel like the Chu 2 and the Hola are essentially on even playing fields, and the ones that you should choose is just on that slight difference in tonality and at a bigger extent, the differences in the shell. After all, the Holas are designed for slightly larger ears, not that large, but the Chu 2s are much more appropriate if you, let's say, if you're a small lady or just someone with much tinier ears. So in terms of the hierarchy of these IEMs, at least in my own personal opinions, it would be Hola along with the Chu 2, followed by the 1Er. And of course, relative to the entire IEM market, I am giving the Chu 2 an A+ in tonality, a C+ in tech grade for a value star rating of 3. For most intents and purposes, it's $20. It's a blind buy. So to answer the question that I've posed, has Moondrop regained its $20 throne? Yeah, there's no reason for me to say no. They've done it. Again, but as a whole, I've always told people not to take my words at face value. I'm only just one guy and your experiences matter the most. Which is why I encourage you to come down to The Hangout. We are located at 29B Moss Street, level 3 in Chinatown. We have the Chu 2 on hand, we have the Hola, we might have 1Er at some point as well. Just come down, try it out yourself, and then form your own opinions. Again, that is 29B Moss Street, level 3. Come down if you're Singaporean, or hell, come down if you're visiting Singapore. We are here. Now let me just shout out my big money boys. Here are all of your names who have subscribed to the $20 tier on my Patreon. And for those who have subscribed to the $30 tier, allow me to speak out your beautiful names: Dennis McMadface, Krenagel, Alicia Burrito, Andrew Frit, Positronic, Drizza, 404 user not found, Seraphim, Miam, and a Lunarmint. I thank you all. So that's one end of the Moondrop spectrum, the $20 Choo-Choo. So next up, let's look on the much higher end of the spectrum. But, you know, before that, see you next week. Don't die.
I got a bunch of Moondrops and I shall unbox the Solace 2. This is Moondrop's newest flagship IEM. Open one more. Cables? That's a lot of tips. 2 cases worth. I'm not gonna, that was a bad idea. You get provided with interchangeable cable, 4.4 as well as 2.5 mm bands. This is a chonker. The sound check. I am a bit torn on this. On one hand, it is a very, very good IEM. On the other hand, it costs literally $2,700 US. When talking about the Solace 2, it should be more of a conversation on value rather than on performance. All of this is based on a 5-second listen, so please don't take anything that I say right now seriously. Or even better yet.
Okay, I bought it.
I made this portable subwoofer system for survival purposes, or really anywhere where you need extreme bass on the go. It consists of a 12-inch subwoofer driver pointed toward the body, a 12-inch passive radiator pointed toward the enemy, a 100-watt amplifier, on-off switch, input for your source, output for your headphones, 24-volt high-power rechargeable replaceable battery, a very soft and comfortable chest pad pressed against the chest, an aluminum-crafted chest pad mount for the ultimate in durability, and a 4-point harness for adjustable fit. The way you start the music is you simply put in the battery, turn on the switch, and let her rip. You gotta handle with care, because this guy's serious. I made this portable subwoofer system for survival purposes, or really anywhere where you need extreme bass on.
Those headphones look ridiculous.
Hey, Jeremy, you thirsty?
Oh, yeah, send it down.
Okay.
Thanks.
Hey, Jeremy, you thirsty?
Does the glass wall ever break? Hi, I'm Correa, and I broke this glass.
Hi, my name is Bradley, and I broke this glass right here. There's no video proof because it was in practice, but trust me, I did it.
Hi, my name is Jairo, and I broke this glass.
Oh, and that may do it for the day.
It is 2 panels of high-impact glass, which is extremely hard to shatter.
It is very rare for the glass to break. It only had it happen 3 times in the past 7 years.
The Highline ball is as hard as a hockey puck, and it goes an average of 150 miles an hour.
With a world record speed of 190.
Because of some really smart engineers in Spain,
we can give our fans the best and the scariest view of the game in the history of sports.
Does the glass wall ever break?
Oh, right there, look. See that? See him tapping around and it creates a little hole? There has to be one in there, boys. This is why you gotta hit your deadlifts.
What's he doing?
Oh. 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 We got him. We're gonna eat this fella up. By the way, we got another one right here. Guarantee that's another clam. This is good ground right here.
They go whole. They go whole.
What he looking for?
I don't know. What is that? That's the breakaway?
Okay, let's try put him on.
Point and click. Just some normal.
Holy Bon Jovi.
This shell was made for you, bro. Double XL, sleek yet spacious.
It's cool. It is cool.
Why don't you take a test walk, Bobby?
Yeah, baby. You know what that means?
Oh, no.
Vacancy change!
Vacancy change?
LOLWTF.
All right, who's ready to move up
I don't know
a size?
what the fuck is.
Step 3, move in, baby!
The condition just got an upgrade. Promise me. You look amazing.
Go on, Harmon. That's all you.
You know, it's a little ostentatious for me. Anyway, I can't leave an anemone.
Come on, you can do it. Get in.
Hey guys, thanks for the offer. To someone who needs it. Don't waste it on me. Every time.
I don't get it. That shell was butter.
Hey, come on. Cut him some slack. Holy Bon Jovi.
This shell was made.
If you dip your gold chain and suddenly see this scary black smoke rising from it, don't panic. Your jewelry isn't melting, and your gold is actually 100% safe. Because what you are seeing is actually the vibrations of an ultrasonic cleaner at work. This machine shoots powerful sound waves into the water, which creates millions of tiny, invisible bubbles. When these bubbles hit the surface, they violently explode, so they blast away years of stuck oil and dust without putting a single scratch on your gold. If you dip your gold chain and suddenly see this scary black smoke rising.
This guy showed up to the shop from Ethiopia with a bag full of rocks. On closer inspection, they turned out to be uncut gems, particularly uncut opals. I wasn't really looking to make the purchase, but Benjamin convinced me to do it, spent a little bit of my money, better than he spends his own, and I got these uncut stones because I wanted to tell you how it's supposed to be processed with my guy Mike. He explains to me that gems like this are a gamble as he breaks it down. Things aren't always as they seem, and I kind of got ripped off. But the good news is that we're going to turn the negative into a positive because I'm going to take you on the tour of this amazing factory and take you behind the counter to show you how I take this rough cut opal and cut it myself as Mike lets me go sit down at the wheel. We got a succession of wheels to help you grind out the inclusions, but I didn't do my planning and I didn't know what stone shape I was cutting. Kind of messed it up on the first one, but that's how it goes. At least we got to learn how to do it. I polish it up and here it is. This guy showed up to the shop from Ethiopia with a bag full of rocks. On closer inspection, they turned out to be uncut gems, particularly uncut opals. I wasn't really looking to make the purchase, but Benjamin convinced me to do it, spent a little bit of my money, better than he spends his own, and I got these uncut stones because I wanted to tell you how it's supposed to be processed with my guy Mike. He explains to me that gems like this are a gamble as he breaks it down. Things aren't always as they seem, and I kind of got ripped off. But the good news is that we're going to turn the negative into a positive because I'm going to take you on the tour of this amazing factory and take you behind the counter to show you how I take this rough cut opal and cut it myself as Mike lets me go sit down at the wheel. We got a succession of wheels to help you grind out the inclusions.
Everyone I grew up with got into multiple fights with some bully. These were the days when it didn't occur to anyone to report bullies to the principal. What did my father tell me? He said, anyone bullies you, you punch him in the face. You don't report him to the principal. There was one time a bully pulled a knife on me. A big snowball fight broke out. And this guy had a leather jacket, and I threw a snowball, and it arced and hit him right here. And his girlfriend saw that. He was clearly embarrassed. So he pulled out a 007. It's about a 6-inch blade. It's a locking blade. He says, you hit my jacket with a snowball. Stated the facts.
Yes.
So I said to myself, I could probably disarm him, incapacitate him, but then maybe I don't succeed and he stabs me, maiming me or possibly killing me. At that time, I was already accepted to the college of my choice. I went to Harvard. Oh. Yeah, okay. So I said, I'm sorry, it was a mistake and it won't happen again. And he said, okay, and then he folded up the knife, and then thenceforth, we like waved to each other in the corridor. Everyone I grew up
DSP, DSP, DSP. What is DSP? Who is DSP? Why is DSP? You may have heard of this term popping around at times and probably never fully understood what it is. To the audio nerds, I can just simply say, hey, DSP is EQ, but that's simply adding on another acronym for those who aren't in the know. So today, in this video, in light of DSP becoming a new trend, I feel like it's now my duty to explain exactly what this weird acronym is. So, watch the video. Before we begin, this video is sponsored by Linsole. Yes, this is an ad read.
Navigating the online Chi-Fi world can be a bit of a daunting process. After all, there are so many retailers, so many sellers, you're absolutely spoiled for choice, and to a point where you just simply don't know who to trust. Here, allow me to introduce you to Linsole, one of the oldest players in the online Chi-Fi retail space. With an extensive catalog of headphones, IEMs, DACs, and amplifiers, you can be sure to get the absolute best bang for your buck out of their catalog. And even more than that, they ship virtually everywhere and for free. So what are you waiting for? Go to linsole.com, tell them I sent you, support the people who support me.
DSP products have been gaining traction recently. For example, with the Moondrop Quarks DSP, the Ju DSP, Tanya DSP, One DSP, so on and so forth, you get my point. So I've been seeing this question a lot, which is, again, what exactly is DSP? The simple answer that I like to give to the audio nerds is that DSP is simply just EQ. But such an explanation is not really satisfactory for a normal person because that is simply just throwing yet another acronym into the mix. So, DSP demystify or explain experience things in an analog world. We don't hear or feel things in ones and zeros. So that's what the DAC does. It takes the ones and zeros that come from our music files and changes them into analog signals. From there, the analog signals are amplified with what? Let's talk about how to change the sound of an earphone or a headphone. Everything but that is technically a type of DSP. Essentially, again, you are changing the sound DAC and DAC chip to implement its own equalizer profile into the earphone that you're listening. So the manufacturer has a lot of flexibility in how to tune the earphone with DSP or equalizing it. Because by its nature, a digital EQ would allow you to do a lot more things than you would be able to do with simply analog tuning. And look, as someone who is involved in the manufacturing process of IEMs and to a certain extent headphones as well, analog tuning is difficult. Very difficult. In the case of IEMs, there are many small things that would affect the tuning of the earphone itself. For example, the tubing length, the tubing diameter, the drivers themselves, the venting, the housing, all of these little things would eventually affect the final output of the earphone. And even beyond that, just simply trying to target a specific area in which the earphone is deficient in sometimes is simply impossible because there's no amount of changes to the housing or changes to the tubing that would allow you to target a specific frequency response. I would know. I'm the one who's involved in the creation of many different IEMs, and I would know exactly the kind of hardships that a typical manufacturer would have to go through in order to tune an IEM to their specifications. So in a way, when it comes to DSP, all of these things are kind of null and void. You don't have to worry about the analog stuff too much. If stuff is like, oh, I can't do this, you can simply just kind of fix it in post in a way. Just slap on a DAC chip with DSP capabilities, add on your equalizer profile that fixes the small little problems, and there you go. Easy peasy. Kind of, but not really. Which is why you see when it comes to DSP-equipped IEMs, a lot of them tend to be on the lower end of the pricing scale because it is simply cheaper to fix something on DSP rather than go through the whole nightmare of tuning it analog. That said, there's probably a lingering sentiment on many of your minds. Does that mean that DSP is a crutch? Not really. I know some of you would now have the instinct to disregard any DSP-equipped IEM because, as I said, it's simply easier to do it digitally rather than analog. But the thing is, as a consumer, you're probably using a DSP thing right now. If you're using a wireless headset, a Sony, a Bose, an Apple AirPods Max, for example, you are 100% using the and also have an acoustic effect. And then from there, rewatch this video again. And that's it. That's my explanation of what DSP processing. The holidays, Merry Christmas, whatever doesn't offend you. See you next week. Don't die, right?
Tired. I'm fucking tired, yo. But there's still like hella shit I need to do.
Happy New Year, ladies and gentlemen. In commemoration of my
Yeah, these are literally what I'm using right now.
starting this direct and 500 earbuds, perhaps the most important item in this list. The second piece of equipment, like there's almost nothing in your ear just because of how soft the silicone is, and this is a happy
DSP.
Oh, I'm gonna get copyright struck for that. Yeah, these are $13.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to Unbox Junkie. My name is Matt, and today we are taking a look at the AKG earbuds that come with the Galaxy S8 all the way up to the Note 9. Recently, I unboxed the S9 and the Note 9, and both of them contained these earbuds with extra sets of ear cups, but I haven't tried them out yet, and you guys asked for it, so here we go. Now, the model and then other ratings. So I read some last couple of years. On the Amazon webpage, they really don't say a whole lot. They say that it's the original OEM earbuds and that it's housed in a premium sleek metal finish and tangle-free fabric cable.
No, it's like, is
But
this
that's
metal?
They don't actually mention
It's like the
anything
outside
about
right
the
here.
driver size or anything like that. Okay, so first off, it's about 5-foot long cable, pretty standard braided cable. Up the line, you've got the inline control. It's got the play and pause or multifunction, probably answer and hang up with your volume up and volume down on it. Pretty basic ear cups, but it does
Which is
have
terrible
a nice
because I actually
little
like
ergonomic
these.
curve, so that's always a good sign. Okay, so these ones are a little loose. Okay, so in the package you've got even smaller sizes, which, wow, they do create a nice little seal. I can hear my voice very, very loudly. Okay, so it does control the volume on the phone, so that's good. Pause, play works. This specific song has very low bass, and I can hear it pretty well. It's got a nice rumble. It's got bass. It's not really loud, real punchy bass, but the bass that is there, it's nice and smooth. It's pretty nice. I gotta say, they're not bad. I would almost compare these to like the Xiaomi Pros that I looked at forever ago. They're kind of even compared to like the very basic standard Apple EarPods. Let's make a phone call. Let's see how the microphone and everything works. Let's call my brother Jesse. Brother Jesse! Test out these earbuds, the AK. After the fourth one, you started saying EKG. Okay, so how do I sound? All right, cool. All right, well, that's kind of what I expected. I give them about a 6, maybe a 6.5 for
Yeah, this is pretty funny. Eight years ago.
Rather than removing the headphone jack, which seems to be a premium, which considering that they cost $99 alone makes sense. The earbuds and control module are made of a glossy hard plastic, and the earbuds have an angled tip to them that shoots sound down into your ears just a little bit better. They don't offer the best noise isolation, so you're still going to hear the people anything that has a 3.5mm input, be it your phone, gaming console, but they were kind of a mixed bag. Bassheads be warned, these might not be for you. Though there is a pretty good low end, there isn't too much detail and they're also not overpowering. They stay nicely beneath the mids, but gritty basses like the one in Vanish in Our Sleep by Rob Roy sounds more like your average bass guitar. It just loses a bit of depth.
I'm pretty excited then to hear these new ones that are coming in. Maybe I'm like really just gonna be like, holy fuck, I've been missing out on a lot. Granted, when I wear the headphones, it sounds very nice, very full, and very clear. But like, I'm so over headphones at this point that I think I might just go into the world of IEMs. And getting the True 2
the name of this product
might be like
Bottom,
the fucking play going
4
forward.
megapixel main 4.4 millimeter balanced audio jack. That's right, my friends. True sponsor LG. Thanks to TVs are there. As a child. Kind of an interesting skin. The phone's running Android 13. Before we poke at that too much, though, I want to talk about the material that the shell is made of here. It's even close, and this is a phone from 6 here. What? That is not even close, and this is a phone from 6 years ago. Now, obviously, this hardware is better, so whatever's going on here has to be in the software. What is this color? Maybe the audio experience is so good that I won't care how my HDR video looks. Nope. Of course, Moondrop never said that the speakers were particularly good. Why don't we actually plug in a pair of headphones? Look, I gotta be honest with you. I've never been able to tell the difference between a balanced output and a regular output. Did anyone else notice that this thing went from 90% battery to 42% while I've been sitting here? It just dropped to 41. It just shut down. I think there's something wrong with it. Okay, well that's good to know because when we did our battery endurance test, we only got, what was it, about 12 hours out of this thing, which is very low compared to other devices. So obviously it's lasting a lot less than 12 hours right now, but it could be that it was in the middle of experiencing some kind of failure. Unfortunately, our collaborators, Headphones.com, were busy and we weren't able to get this tested by them. Maybe they'll test it in the future though. We'd be happy to send this over to them. In the meantime,
what's he wearing?
The 50 to listen to some music. None of the Google Play Store or Google Play Services things were installed, so we had to sideload everything, including basics like Spotify, onto this phone in order to get it to do anything. So if you are in a Google region, just something that you might want to be aware of. Now, we did manage to get 5G connectivity working, but we don't have a full list of bands from Moondrop yet. If we get it by the time we publish this video, we're going to put it up on to just install whatever. 2024, this is not a motherboard from 1998. Why am I hearing interactions with the screen through my headphones? Watch. One. And the selling points of this phone is that they are bypassing the Android audio subsystem. So it's possible that whatever it is they're doing in order to do that involves like some switching time. And so the first time that it needs to make a noise, it might get a little confuse-emulated. It's not a game-breaking, not just, all right, you know? God, AirPods suck. You know? Like, they really do suck, don't they? The issue for me isn't even the wire. The issue for me is not wanting to carry around the USB-C to 3.5mm dongle and not being willing to compromise on the phone that has the 3.5mm jack, because this sounds great compared to what you're probably carrying around in your pocket right now. But this phone really sucks. I wish I could say that the price makes up for it, or that it's a flagship killer, it's got a super high-end SoC or whatever, but it doesn't. It's got a MediaTek chipset that's about equivalent to a Snapdragon 6 Gen 1, and it's coming in at $400, which, yeah, is more of a budget-oriented phone price, especially when you consider that as a feature phone, it has something to kind of compel you to at least consider it. But would you compare that to something like the Nothing Phone 2A for $50 less than this? That's tough to recommend. Buy a Nothing Phone 2A and buy a nice USB-C DAC. Yeah, I'm getting the nod from Gary from the lab. With that said, we haven't tried the 4.4mm balanced output yet. Although I have to confess, whether it's because I'm tin-eared or not trained enough, I have yet, on the same DAC and headphone combination, to notice a big difference going from a regular output to a balanced output. I'm sorry, I get that easily when I'm moving. I'm stationary, boys. Obviously, this is apples to oranges, but if you went the full Moondrop setup, you'd be having a pretty good time when you're listening to music and a pretty rotten time the rest of the time. Gaming. It falls behind the nothing PD I'm confused about. So our battery tests may be accurate in spite of.
Today is truly a
Oh,
great day
bueno.
because when I woke up, I didn't have ears. He has started working with audio equipment manufacturers to produce either postcard paper, the small, you like, oh my, the high end, thing like $1,000 or something. Hey, I think it's working today with Mauno's budget without breaking the bank. Their PD200X microphone and AMC2 Neo. You guys can check them out at the link down below. Also wasn't super impressed. And AMC2 Neo. God, that's tight. Okay, so look, I don't design in-ear headphones for a living, but if they're telling me that dual 10mm drivers is how they're getting bass response like that, cool. Outside of that though, they don't really blow me away. I can't fault the accuracy of the mids and highs, but as someone who grew up with the Sennheiser Veil, I find them a little bit fatiguing. Bass response, like your late under most more fatiguing for me than
Some of you were wondering if there's any light leaks with my transparent Pentax K1. The mirror box itself, as you can see, is completely sealed off. So while as the rest of the camera body is transparent into the electronics, it's kind of hard to see in there, but that whole box is blocked off. So once you put the lens on there, that
Yeah, this video is wow.
This is the AP6. This is a collaboration between Jay Kelly and I, and both of us set out with one distinct goal: to create the most powerful dongle at under $50. Specs. First, the same one that MSRP at. This is basically a project that I had commissioned from Jay Kelly, and quite frankly, they have done an amazing job. But of course, I know many questions, so let's just go through this a single. That and the fact that adding on an additional DAC is going to raise costs and prevent.
All right, we need to do something else. I can't. I need a refill too. I'll be back. I am making popcorn. I'm making a lot of popcorn, for me and my dad. I'm pretty excited about these earbuds coming in. I'm excited. It's not like I haven't heard like high-end sound before, but yeah. And then if they're like really that good, then I might pick up these just for my phone. And then we'll start to mess with some stuff around my room, and then we'll take it from there. But we're almost back. Give me a second.
Sounds like a plan.
Us from pricing the AP6 the way that we have done now. And secondly, actually, you don't need two DACs to form a balanced connection. You see, instead of using
The last time I talked about the 5 best shirts. Today, we're talking about the 5 best hoodies. Let's go. What's good, everyone? Welcome back to the studio. Today, I'm gonna be talking about my 5 favorite hoodies because you all seem to really like the top 5 blanks video that I did. And we are finally entering hoodie season, so that's why I thought it was a good time to make this video. And again, every hoodie that I talk about in this video is subjective, based on my own experience. The Made Varsity hoodie is...
In another life, this...
What is the beauty of like snub nose of the small revolvers in particular? How accurate can you be when I can insert it into what I want to hit? Think about that for a minute. Bruce Cartwright's son coined the term ear, nose, and throat guns. Dude, I'm a marksman if I can put that thing in what I want to hit. Can you shoot these guns in contact with a sternum, a skull, an eye orbital?
Love the popcorn cap.
Yes, they function. That's what makes them great. You can actually bury that. A lot of fights occur in those kind of ranges. Where are you most likely to have to use a firearm in America today outside of your home? What's the scenario going to be? Robbery or assault? Women get the benefit of sexual assault.
Oh,
well, I have a lot of commenters suggest that by placing the stripper clip in the guide and running the belt forward to eject it, that I'll somehow damage my...
Why are you making holes in the pizza? I think you are exaggerating with the cheese. That's a mountain.
What the fuck is going on? Also, welcome to the stream, Harry Perry Testes.
And also a little burned. So it's not over yet. Arugula, prosciutto. Even more cheese. Half approved.
I don't know. Is that supposed to be good? Are we anybody's impressed?
Welcome to the Daddy Unit.
Yo. Thank you for the follow, Big Chief. We're just bullshitting right now, dude. We're not even fucking... Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't fucking know. I don't feel like doing anything. I should be cleaning a little bit. I should be cleaning up a little bit of my room. But I have no interest in moving right now, so I'm just going to continue to eat this popcorn and drink my Crystal Light. Is this a new Call of Duty skin?
Call of Duty new skin.
Gorlock the Destroyer?
So Operator Bundle, Gorlock the Destroyer. Includes the Devastator Rifle Blueprint, Mini Gorlock Charm, the Crushing Embrace Finisher. Bro, what is this? Oh my god. Call of Duty new...
That's not real.
Gorlock is sick.
Yeah, I was a big fan when Gorlock was taking those punches from Ryan Garcia. Until someone was talking to me right now, right?
That S hard.
When it comes to the artistic challenge of marrying a film's visual language,
she moved to a small town where the rule of law still exists,
with its narrative central theme.
Hold on, you guys see that? Ryan Garcia Gorlock. It's so funny.
All right, I'm gonna start off slow.
No, there's oh yeah, right here.
I feel bad.
I don't know who this girl is.
I feel bad.
You know what's terrible? I can't tell if that's the same pad right there, because obviously this one's thick as fuck. It's a pretty thick pad. Yeah, it is the same one. It's the same Gymshark one. And it looks so small on here. He's like, I
feel bad.
Yeah, who is this girl, dude? She's almost as tall as him. He's like 5'9". He's about as my height. I'm 5'11".
Stop.
Fucking Gorlak.
He's got trust me.
Who is that girl? Oh, man. Batman.
On clear winter nights, my dad and I would put the GoPro out and get these beautiful time lapses of the Colorado night sky. We'd use the Star Trail mode that gave us a really awesome visual for the Earth's rotation against.
I
don't think we was playing though. See this brisket here? So if it, I just want to see if they took. Might be afternoon, where you at? But I'm just down here, look at here. I just want to make sure everything is all right. Cause people told me I was playing, but let me see.
Have funny.
Just to see what happened.
All right, let's cook some beef ribs.
Look. Yeah, I'm trying to check them out. I want to make sure everything all right. Did you? Let me see.
I like how he has to get up and run away from it. Who else is on Twitch right now? Got Death Coast and Nerd. Nerd's still going strong. Is Nerd going to go for a 48-hour?
Yes.
Down. Death Coast doing this Arc Raider. He looks super locked in, dude. Look at his face.
Got one.
This is a good camera angle right here.
We push this. Oh,
He doesn't he
I like the way this all looks. Maybe I would have put his face maybe above that and made like a specific Arc Raider scene. That oh man, no, this is still solid. All right, let's see what's up with Nerd. Oh, he's playing with them. Yeah, go look. I see Death Ghost's name right there. And solid. Is there friendly fire?
One to your left. One to your left. One to your left. One to your left, Nerd. In the same area.
Surrender.
Oh, another one right here.
Oh my god.
One right here. And one over here.
Danger, close by.
On the stairs, I think. His boys, there's 3 of them here for sure.
Danger here.
I wanted to play Fortnite, but I'm in bed. Aha.
They're trying to take me
You're
out.
in bed? You were the one who were like, let's play Fortnite. That's why I've been staying awake this whole time.
Right here still. I'm gonna go down one more level.
Got one.
I think he rose his boy.
Oh, I got him. Oh.
Lies aha.
Oh.
I do like how much more loud and full
There is 2 or 3 of them up there.
Yeah, I got one down.
Death Coast stream sounds in comparison. This sounds so muted.
Because there's 3 people on top solid. I guess they're together. Cool.
Yeah.
There's 2 together. Cool.
Yeah.
All-Star, he stayed up so he can play
On the stairs.
Fortnite.
Staircase?
Mm-hmm.
I'm very low. Right here, right here, right here. Right here.
Are you downstairs?
No, right here, right here, right here. Oh, hurry, 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 run! Ah!
No!
Don't let him fool you, Mughal 87.
Don't let him fool you.
You guys again?
Tokyo to San Francisco in 83 seconds. Yeah, that's right. You got to fly over the North Pole basically to get the. There you go, San Fran. La Molcajete. Or else you're eating rocks. Uh-oh, gonna get copyright strike for this.
I'm gonna show you how to make breakfast burritos with Raising Cane sauce.
I stayed so I can watch the co-stream on Fortnite.
Yeah,
Powder,
me too.
black pepper. Break this up and let it cook. Get a cutting board, 1 pack of beef bacon. Go ahead and slice up the whole pack. This is chopped up. Your meat's cooking on one side while the bacon's cooking on the other. Take another skillet, use some 5-calorie spray. Take some eggs.
So I also stayed awake.
We're going with 10 eggs. A little bit of salt and pepper. Eggs
Oh, I'm out
plain Greek
screaming,
yogurt,
haha.
400 grams. Light sour cream,
Not.
150 grams. No sugar added ketchup, 40 grams. Lemon juice, 20 grams. 10 grams mustard, 20 grams Worcestershire sauce. Give this a mix and you have Raising Cane's protein sauce. Your beef's done, add in your eggs. 10 servings of fat-free cheese. Add in your sauce. Mix this up so
I'm
everything
so
can melt.
tired.
Now take this and put this mix into 10 Extreme Wellness wraps. Take these ends, fold them to the middle. Now that they're in the middle, grab your end, fold over, you can pull in. See how when you pull in, all you have to do is tuck, tuck, everything's tucked, roll. Both sides done. Get these toasted up. I'm gonna show you how to make breakfast.
So tired.
I do that with chorizo.
Chorizo. That plane is huge. That's an insane bullshit flight. Legit. Too legit. Almost. But they're like, we're gonna go in for a second pass. Yeah, like he cranked it. Yeah, there's no way. No way. I just bought Ace Combat 7. I can go redo this.
Welcome back to CBS 19 News at 10. The Sun and the Earth teamed up to put on quite a show last night. A full-color production known as the Northern Lights. There will be another performance tonight visible along the David Schechter.
Whoa.
Until the roofs roll back off these sheds and reveal a telescope farm?
Does it ever get old seeing all those roofs go at the same time?
No, has not gotten old
So
yet.
cool.
Yeah, it's cool every single time.
Brave Falls is an amateur astronomer. He turned his passion into a business 18 months
I
ago.
like me some
when
Ace
he co-founded
Combat.
a company called Starfront. It rents space to customers who ship their telescopes here and then control them through the internet from their homes. This location allows amateur stargazers to take stunning pictures such as these because the sky here is much darker than where they live.
Where are some of the farthest places that people will tunnel to this location tonight?
We have a lot of customers in Europe, Indonesia. There's a guy in the UAE, Japan.
Starfront is helping solve astronomy's biggest problem, light pollution. A 2023 study in the journal Science found every year the sky is getting 10% harder to see.
Yep.
This map shows the scope of the problem, which is particularly bad in the eastern U.S. Chuck Ayub in suburban Detroit showed us his garage full of telescopes,
Whoa.
but he hardly uses them anymore after shipping one out to Texas.
What's the difference between having it at your house and having it out in Texas?
Well, the big difference are the dark skies. I am 20 minutes from downtown Detroit, and that light pollution is a killer.
Most nights, Ayub live streams his telescope feed to his large social media following. There's also a little
nice
camera
computer
at the
too.
base, so he can see the telescope in action.
Chuck is in Detroit controlling this thing in the middle of nowhere, Texas.
Yes. Oh, he's live right now.
He is. Hey, Chuck.
Hello.
From out here, Falls and others are identifying objects no one's ever seen before, such as this photo he calls the Crown of Thorns Nebula. It's
What the
furthering our understanding of space, even as our ability to see it is fading.
What's the threat, you think, to our existence as humans from light pollution?
It really prevents people from dreaming, like seeing what's above them.
That's kind of cool. Those are here in San Jose. It's never happening. I gotta go out to Reading or somewhere. I gotta go out to the Cuts. That blows up an indoor range. I don't want to see that.
Better than Law with their nice brown midnight skies.
Yeah, LA. Completely brown.
Hey, what is going on, guys? Welcome back to another brand new video. 13, which might be the best everyday hoodie in my opinion. We have the charcoal fit a little tighter on the cuffs, but yeah, this one is just a little too loose for me, and I had this kind of problem since I've gotten it, but that's just kind of, I like having my cuffs kind of sit on my wrist, and sometimes it just doesn't really do that because, as you guys can see, it just kind of drops quite a bit. I mean, you can't, not like the biggest hoodie, especially compared to like the Humane Blanks black one. That one is huge. I'm also not a fan of the super straight kind of look. I do like hoodies that have a little bit more of a cropped look.
Clothes, am I right?
A little more shape, but this
Yeah,
one is
clothes.
What
very
we watching?
straight and it's very open on the
We're
hip.
thinking about buying some blanks so that we could start printing the merch.
But with all that being said,
Like
I
we
do
want
really
to start
enjoy this
printing
hoodie. It
the
is quite nice.
hoodies
It
and
is
everything
warm.
like that. And we haven't found like a good brand that I really want to go to besides Carhartt.
Warm. It's not the warmest hoodie I own. That's probably the 1800 one. But it is nice. It does keep me warm. But yeah, let's throw on the green hoodie so we can get a little bit of a comparison. All things like the cuff. The cuffs are a little tighter.
That
They don't
Asian boy
move down
55.
as
That's pretty good.
Closer look.
Good
I
name.
don't know the price range, but these are 450 GSMs on the waist. So I just feel like they might be a little too wide on the waist if you size up. But yeah, they are nice. They are right behind me. So let me know if you guys want to see more. I do enjoy doing these hoodie videos for you guys. I hope they do help you guys. And I'm excited to do more if you guys want it. Hit and what hoodies you guys want.
Jim Beam. Wait, what?
Down. Overseas sales are down. They've got plenty of whiskey. They just need to shut down for a year.
A Louisville bourbon historian there reacting to the latest announcement that a major bourbon maker is halting production at its main distillery. Michael Veach says overproduction, low overseas sales, and tariffs are at play. A Jim Beam spokesperson says it's pausing all bourbon distilling at the main campus for 2026. WHAS 11's Alexandra Goldberg and photojournalist Jessica Farley with the story.
They've got enough whiskey in the warehouses now. They just don't need the production.
Kentucky bourbon mainstay Jim Beam is halting production at its main distillery for the 2026 calendar year.
Well, it makes sense.
Bourbon historian Michael Veach of Louisville says the news doesn't come as a surprise.
Matter of fact, I'm surprised there's not more of them that are pausing production.
Housing and 2 satellite campuses will continue to distill. Employees are unionized under United Food and Commercial Workers. A local 111D spokesperson said the distillery employees are being reassigned within the company, and as of now, there are no layoffs.
As far as visitor experience, it's the horse that we ride.
Troy B.
Wait, what?
I'm sorry, Sly, man. You gave it to the city. You should leave it in the city.
It's that kind of public pressure that led Sylvester Stallone to rescind his request that the original Rocky statue be returned to his possession and replaced by the replica at the top of the steps, which he lent to the city last year for the first ever Rocky Fest.
I'm pretty sure Sly didn't pay for the original out of his pocket. He should just leave it here. I love you, Sly, but you should leave it here, man.
At a Philadelphia Art Commission meeting this morning, city officials revealed they met with Stallone and said based on, quote, strong and heartfelt feedback from the public, Mr. Stallone has graciously decided that we will no longer move forward with the proposed statue swap. Commissioned by Stallone for Rocky III, he later donated the statue to the city. It bounced around a bit before arriving at the bottom of the art museum steps, where it's welcomed about 4 million visitors per year for the past 2 decades.
I would love to go see that.
We're hitting the statues. And if it wasn't here, I mean, it would be tough, man. It would have been a tough blow.
Permanently moved to the top of the stairs. Only problem there is you'd either have to climb the 72 steps like Rocky did, or ride up a series of long ramps to the top, raising questions about accessibility.
There's too many stairs. It looks fantastic. It's amazing, the view. And for the pictures taken from apart, it's nice. But it's better to have it more accessible to the people here, where it is right now.
It's a point of celebration, so anybody who goes up the steps or goes around to celebrate at the top.
That's crazy, dude. So many real people they chose to. It is what it is.
That's not even true.
God damn. Hey, yeah, you know I do it big. Man, I do it big like ice on that head. Damn. Fire your fucking barber. I'm not gonna fucking lie. Fire your barber. If your barber really was your friend, and nigga hating on you. Fire your barber, fire your barber, fire your barber, fire your barber. That nigga had left your shit looking black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. It looked like that nigga cut your hair.
The Nimitz House. Few know and love this home more than Rear Admiral John Bidoff.
It was an honor and a pleasure. And I would sometimes walk through this home and wonder who sat there and who visited and when and what was the occasion.
Ships in the Pacific Fleet. He would often entertain fellow military leaders from around the world, but this was always Admiral Chester Nimitz's home.
And here was a picture of Admiral Nimitz in uniform. And
18 years after World War II, he was 80 years old.
This is the room that Admiral Nimitz died in. And the reason I knew that is I had his daughter, I hosted his daughter for dinner, Sister Mary Aquinas, and she took us on a tour of the quarters, and I had mentioned that the room down the hall, I said, of course, this is where your father died. She said, oh no, that's not correct. She said, it was this room. She said, I happen to know that because I was here.
Today, the Nimitz house is empty. Nobody has lived there since the 1990s, after a bitter battle between the city and the federal government over who controlled the property and a dispute over the location of the New Bay Bridge. The mansion closed to the public for good. There is broken glass and crumbling parts of the ceiling. Time has taken its toll.
Very sad. And I was here about a year or so ago and did a video. It has deteriorated exponentially since I've been here, and it's hard for me to accept.
Admiral Bidoff, who had a remarkable career in the Navy, is now committed to another active service, keeping the memory of the Nimitz house, though now hidden under walls.
The rubber room.
This is a NASA engineer trying to fix for the price of your mortgage.
center of the
This is
room.
how much. That's how much my, what do you call it, goes. What the fuck is this? That's my attention span. If it's not giving me something within the first 30 seconds. Actually, I only gave it like 3. I didn't even give it that.
How excited are you for GTA 6?
I feel nothing inside.
Really?
I'm not a gamer.
Really?
Yeah. So
Not at
there'd
all?
be absolute. I've never. And he went completely blank.
Shut the fuck up.
Do you know who Dostoevsky, Fyodor Dostoevsky is? So there, it's the same thing. So
What?
That's true. That's true. Books are my thing. This has been wonderful. Thanks. Bye.
How excited?
Pilots use headbutt to intercept plane.
Some new information to mention here. This
Wait,
is
they
an
just put them in
aircraft
front of
that's
their
not
thrusters and just shove them all the way down.
Pilots facing, or the pilot rather, facing fines and suspension or loss of license. The North American Aerospace Defense Command telling WPTV's investigative unit this is the 25th violation of the no-fly zone this year when President Trump is in town, and it is the 9th time that fighter jets have had to intercept a plane that entered that restricted airspace.
There are quite a few rotating buildings in the world, houses for people who want their view to follow the sun. Maybe they're built as an architect's dream house, maybe as an engineering challenge, or sometimes to give the best angles for solar power.
And have it work. So I said, do you care if it rotates? He says, hell, I don't care if it rotates. And I said, well, then can we just agree to disagree and you let me go ahead and build the damn thing? And he said, all right. In doing all the calculations, I came up with needing a 5 horsepower motor. So I put in a 5 horsepower motor. Have you ever driven your car in 5th gear at 25 miles an hour? It goes like that, and that's how the house was moving. Cut it down to a 1.5 horsepower motor that goes through a 25-to-1 reduction transmission, a 71-to-1 torque hub that drives the two 16-inch in diameter wheels. We can turn the house in 45 minutes. You can go to bed to the sunset and wake up to the sunrise in the same bed. You have guests over during dinner. We'll turn the house so that everybody at the dinner table gets to see the sunset.
In a lot of rotating buildings, it's only part of the floor that rotates. The things that require plumbing, like the kitchen and bathroom, don't move at all. But here, the sinks and toilets and electrical sockets all rotate as part of the house. And all the explanations I can find seem to hand-wave the details. They just say that there's a central, non-rotating core that handles the pipes. For electricity, there are off-the-shelf components that can deal with rotation.
There's a thing called a slip ring, which is a very standard piece of equipment, just like a merry-go-round. The merry-go-round goes around and around and around, and it doesn't have to go backwards. Same thing here. It happens to be a fancy one. 16 brushes that go around a copper piece about that big, and they ride on the copper, and that is your connection.
For telephone and internet, there's also an off-the-shelf component, a mercury slip ring, a sealed connector with a small pool of mercury, conductive liquid metal, in the center. Both sides can rotate, they just stay connected to the liquid. But that's not the difficult part. I can understand having one connection going through the middle. For water or wastewater or gas, they can just sit on a central pipe and swivel. But how can you have all 3 going through the same central hub? The topology doesn't work. They can't all occupy the exact center. But if they're offset, then as the house rotates, surely the lengths of the pipes and cables has to change? Or if they're slack, surely they'll get twisted. It turns out OWL has a very clever solution to that.
Obviously, you don't want to mix the gas, the gray water, the sewer, the drinking water. So I designed a slip ring for those services. Big piece of steel, about that big around. This is fixed. We grooved it. It's about a 3-inch by 3-inch groove all the way around. Top groove is sewer. The next groove is gray water. The next groove is drinking water. The bottom groove is gas. And there are holes drilled through this from the sewer, from the gray water and so forth. They're all separate holes that come out the bottom. Then there's a piece that comes down the outside. This piece rotates with the house. You have a sewer line that comes down and connects to the outer piece. And then you have gray water, then you have drinking water, then you have gas. There are seals in between each of these grooves. They're all alarmed. There's a seal, a sensor ring, and a seal. A seal, a sensor ring, and a seal, so forth, for all of them. You would have to have 2 seals and 2 sensors fail before you had any mixture of fluids. The seals are good for 75 years, so I don't think we're going to have a problem.
Yes, I had to commission some graphics to explain this. It's really clever, and I did not understand it until Al explained it to me. It's like 4 intersecting funnels.
The total maintenance once a year is to lube the bearings. We have a young man who has done it several times. It's done in an hour.
Which brings me to the other big question I had. After designing and constructing this place, after 20 years of living here, why sell it?
I've had 18 heart procedures. My wife is in perfect health. The odds of me outliving her are 0. She was born and raised in Coronado. We're moving back to Coronado because this is a complex house, even though I think it's simple. For her to try and teach somebody else how to run everything and do everything would be difficult if something happened to me. So we're just kind of jumping ahead, and Coronado's a pretty nice place to go.
Will this place sell quickly? I don't know. I'm not a real estate agent, but I certainly hope that there'll be people who want to live somewhere with this view in a home that's this different.
Pretty cool.
There are quite a few rotating buildings in the world, houses for people who want their view to follow the sun. This isn't the standard YouTuber burnout apology video, and it's not, oh, woe is me, I'm leaving forever. I'm going somewhere with this. Literally. I've been throwing stuff at the internet since 1999, and for many, many years, that stuff went almost nowhere. I had occasional bits of with people I hold dear. A little self-indulgent montage and head off into the sunset. And you know what? Just this once, for the first time in 10 years, that's exactly what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, we almost hit his head. A loaf of bread.
One more day of work.
Yeah,
I can do it.
I think tomorrow's gonna be pretty easy for me.
You can star.
What happens when you take the world's...
This isn't the standard YouTuber burnout.
Wait, what?
Last summer, I flew into San Jose, California to spend most of my day not in San Jose, California. I took various modes of transit around the Bay Area, all of which can be seen on this channel, until it was the evening and I found myself in the East Bay with just a few hours to go until my flight home out of San Jose. And I knew the trip wouldn't be complete without a ride on the light rail system that my viewers have complained about the most, San Jose's VTA light rail. Rail service in San Jose makes a lot of sense. It's California's third largest city, with almost 1 million residents in the city limits. That's more than San Francisco. Santa Clara County, which San Jose is a part of, has twice that. There are many cities around the world, even in the US, with smaller populations that have full-blown metro systems. And since it serves the heart of Silicon Valley, home of the world's tech giants, surely the train is a raging success, right? No, San Jose's light rail is constantly criticized and labeled by many as one of, if not the worst in the country. So I took BART to Milpitas Station to ride it for myself. Now, the last time I titled a video, "Is this the worst something something?" it was about the North Star commuter rail in Minneapolis. And now people are talking about shutting it down, so let's not do that this time. Anyways, we're about to arrive at Milpitas BART Station, one of the
Brand new Trains Are Awesome video. I'm Tom, I'm in Milpitas.
To transfer to the Blue Line at Bay Point. Before anything else, train was at 7:55.
Oh, that's awful.
So we're on the Orange Line, going to transfer
Yeah.
to the Blue Line at Bay Point. Before anything else, let me acknowledge the elephant in the room. Yes, I would have gotten to the airport faster if I took the direct bus from Milpitas. But the whole point is that I want to ride the light rail and see what it's like.
The doors are closing.
So far, it's, the interior was not clean, unfortunately. Not absolutely disgusting, but could be better. And the interior of these cars reminds me a lot of the Hudson Bergen Light Rail in New Jersey. I do really like these bike racks, but part of it still feels kind of cramped, if that makes sense. These cars were built by Japanese company Kinki Sharyo between 2001 and 2005. They are the second generation of trains on the San Jose Light Rail. The light rail system opened in 1987, and after several expansions, today it is made up of 42 miles or 68 kilometers. There's actually even an abandoned branch, which closed in 2019. There's also a short extension to the Orange Line that is under construction. And there used to be a rush hour express service, but that was discontinued in 2018. The next stop is Bay Point, where we are transferring to the Blue Line. Blue Line trains leave from the center track, a cross-platform transfer. And this second train was much filthier, but it would just be a short ride, I thought. It took more than 5 minutes for the Orange Line train that we were on just to close its doors and continue on its journey. Another 5 for our Blue Line train to leave. That was a lot of time spent at Bay Point.
The doors are closing.
The light rail is operated by the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority, an agency that has a lot on its plate. Not only do they run the light rail and the buses, they are also one of the agencies that manages Caltrain, one of the agencies that manages the Capitol Corridor, and they do highway widening projects. They are also responsible for building the troubled and expensive Silicon Valley BART extension, including the Milpitas station that we were just at. Sometimes they also run a heritage trolley on the light rail tracks, known as the Holly Trolley. What is ridership like? That is a daily average of just 15,000 for the entire system. For reference, that's about how many people use the Foggy Bottom Metro Station in Washington, D.C. on a daily basis.
The doors are closing.
It's bizarrely low, and the subsidy per rider is over $9. If you look out the window, you will see why. Sure, we're running in a dedicated median for most of the trip, which is good. The medians themselves are in these super wide roads that just serve low density areas. Despite the network's sizable sprawl, compared to other rail transit systems, each station just doesn't serve that many passengers. All of that being said, my biggest gripe with the system is not even the long waits, the terrible frequencies, or the poor land use. It's airport access, as we're about to find out.
Okay, so I'm at Metro Airport Station, which is a little bit of a misnomer because it's not actually at the airport. I have to transfer to bus route 60 to get there. So I had to cross two really wide roads. And then here's the bus stop for a bus that runs about every 20 minutes. Nice.
San Jose Airport has its own shuttle buses, but they only serve parking lots and rental car facilities. Having an airport station, but making people walk a block across a busy street to an infrequent city bus, rather than providing a dedicated shuttle, it was a new experience for me, that's for sure.
Security, then we'll talk about VTA Light Rail. You guys, when I tell you that that security line was empty, there was nobody in front of me, nobody behind me. I've flown through some really small airports before. Grand Rapids, Lansing, Sioux City, Quincy. All of them had more people than here at San Jose. This airport is practically deserted. What's that about?
Hey, what can we say about the VTA? Honestly, it is really easy to highlight the negative stuff. There was quite a bit of it, but I didn't think it was all bad. Actually, I was kind of impressed with the speeds that we were going between stations. Also, I don't think there was signal priority, but we didn't actually have to wait at that many lights. The transfer from BART's to the light rail was really good. But my trains were dirty. There's like 15-minute wait times, really long. Some impressive. Subscribe to Trains Are Awesome, and we'll see.
Up 2 sets to 0 against
Dingbats. The multiple units above carports founded Dingbats provided a cheap
The Lick Observatory in San Jose was badly damaged by wind per hour. Quarter dust.
And we were damaged here. We're top Mount Hamilton. Gusts topped out at 114 miles an hour, strong enough to rip off this 3-ton cast iron shutter on the domed building just after 3 a.m.
Going outside and being pushed sideways. It was very stormy. I've never been through a hurricane, but I've been close to a tornado, and it was like that. This is the first time I've ever seen a dome shutter come off of a building in a storm in astronomy.
The building sustained serious damage. Support beams for the roof nearly snapped in half, and the building is now red tagged. As for the nearly 150-year-old refractor telescope, it was thankfully undamaged and now wrapped up. The timeline to reopen and rebuild could be upwards of 9 months, according to the director of University of California.
That damaged some people's homes. There's a bunch of staff and storage buildings, but was stopped just before it got to the...
Is preparing to celebrate its 150th anniversary this summer. Macintosh hopes they will not only be celebrating this milestone, but the reopening of the visitor center and telescope to the...
Why is he running at it?
Everything starts from zero, and I think to be part of this project, long-term project, and so ambitious is really to be proud for a driver point of view.
I know that I'm going to be learning a lot from him. He's going to bring a lot to the team, and he seems a very, very nice guy. So I'm sure that we're going to get on very well, and I'm sure he'll help me improve as much as I can.
2007 is going to be a year that we're all going to remember. Everything starts from zero, and I think to be part of this project.
We have to get at least 20 pounds, look at that beauty, of lionfish. Boom. Not just any lionfish, but big lionfish, so we don't have time to waste. Let's do a little shish kebab. Boom. 20 plus pounds of big ones means that we need to get far more fish than that, because big ones are kind of hard to come by. We haven't been down here since the tournament, so hopefully that will pay in dividends. The tournament we did really well. Big old ones, look at this. Jamming them in there. But, we wiped out a lot of the lionfish here. So it's always interesting to see how fast they come back to these areas. It's been about 8 months, so in this video we'll kind of gauge, just how crazy it was. All right, look at these beauties. These guys, this is their home. They're supposed to be here. All of these fish really are irritated because the lionfish takes up all of their space where they live. Boom. These barrel sponges are pretty common down here, and that's one of the lionfish's favorite place to hang out. It's got this nice deep reservoir where they can sleep inside, they can sleep underneath, they can sleep attached to the side. Cute little eel. The eels really don't like them. I got double banded here. Let's see. Must have a big one coming up here, so I need 2 bands. Oh yeah, he's just sitting encased in here. It's like a little net, so he can't get away from me. That's kind of nice. Boom. Now with these 2 bands, it's very powerful, and it's a much better way to do it. I've been missing lionfish because I only use the 1 band. And it's actually good for the spear too, because pulling back both bands at the same time, boom, is not putting too much pressure on each individual band, but yet it gives it so much more torque. Look at the size of this crab. His claw is magnificent. Look at that thing. Wish I got a better video of it. That would have been cool. And there he is underneath the ledge. This is where they like to hang out over here. Boom. Look at the silt. So silty. It's redonkulous. We're gonna bring these to a sushi restaurant. It's been a while since we've delivered to these guys, but they are in the need, so I'm really excited. Boom. We usually like to get 30 pounds for them, sometimes 20 pounds, it depends, but we're gonna give them a few extra pounds if we have it, because I want them to be happy and come back, and I want to see it on their menu. It's gonna be more like a special. They kind of serve whatever they have type of thing. You get what they are serving. It's a really fancy place called Sushi Bar in Miami Beach. They do some fancy stuff with this fish. They don't have your typical just like, California rolls. This place is truly legit. Look at this guy, right over top. Boom. You want to get them right between the eyes so they can't look at you. If they're actually, watching your spear, they can dodge it. But if you go right over top, they have no chance to dodge it. Boom. And if they're just sleeping, that really helps. We've gotten so many donations, and everyone's watching the videos. Thank you guys so much. We have to get at least 20.
Wyoming has a certain geographic layout that causes snow to blow extremely hard. Where our highways are placed and the orientation of the highway causes a lot of problems with drifting. Studies have shown that $1 invested in a snow fence can save over $1,000 in maintenance costs.
My name is Kathy Elanius. Our purpose of coming out today is to look to see how our snow fences are filling. We were told our fences are full, so we're coming out to see if that's actually the case.
When we look for a full snow fence, it looks like an airplane wing. So if you were to look at an airplane wing from the side, it starts out real small near the base of the fence, and then as it goes away from the fence, it grows in height, and then it tails off at the very end. If it's a full fence, then the fence is no longer doing its job. There's no more snow that can be stored behind it. We very rarely have seen 100% full snow fence.
So the theory with snow fences is that the snow is blowing through and the wind pattern gets disturbed, and so the snow particles fall out. and then those particles will start to freeze together and the drifts will form.
All right, guys.
The way it works is
I'm fucking
we place
tired.
the snow fences.
We're gonna raid out.
450 feet off of the
I'm
roadway.
gonna go to sleep. I gotta wake up at 4 a.m. tomorrow.
The snow will pile up behind it.
We'll do this again soon,
as
yo.
high as the fence is built. So if the fence is a 10-foot fence, then the drift will be
Yep.
about 10 foot high. It can store 35 times the height of the snow in length. So if you have a 10-foot fence, then that'll be 350 feet out. Depending on the width of the fence, you have that many cubic feet of snow that's not being dispersed onto the roadway. A lot of the times when we're designing, we'll try and put a fence on a ridge if we can, because that